What's up, guys? Oh, gray moon. No, the weather is terrible here. It's cold, it's horrible. Oh, I think we're pretty good to go. Actually, no, yeah. I bet we're probably good enough to go. I'm a little tired today anyways. But yeah, we'll do the pre-stuff anyways. So kind of what I thought, because we have the YouTube kiddos now. I'm doing this on YouTube as well. And just a couple days ago, looking at Sarah Dunklin and Francesca and David Strait and all that, I figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to do a pretty decent kind of overview of Arlena, especially after Shara's ridiculous phone call. I've been dealing with another lunatic all day, so that's why I say I'm a little tired today. If you go to my personal account, you can see those videos. Shara, I think, is actually going to call in at some point. I guess we'll wait and see if she comes in the comments and wants to do that. And if so, then I don't know. Paige probably messaged Shara my number if she does want to do that. That's actually another thing I was going to tell you guys too, because obviously you guys have a say on what happens with this. You guys are who watches this and shit, so obviously your input matters on where the direction of all this goes. I was thinking with tonight, because I want to start getting guests on, but in situations where Skype isn't available or whatever, do you guys want a call-in point on the show where just anybody can call in and say their point, argue, call me an asshole, whatever they want to do? That's kind of up to you guys. I know that with that, I'll have to get some sort of service for it, so I'll leave that up to y'all. Up in the description, there's a place to sponsor, donate, whatever. So basically, I'll use that to judge. And anytime there's a major software change sort of deal, I'll basically leave it up to you guys. So if you want to see it, there it is. If I see anything that comes in tonight, I'll make sure to get call-in software shit. So then we'll start doing call-ins, which I'm sure could be a nightmare. But I'm definitely not going to put my actual number out there. Gray Moon Discord, I wanna do Discord and shit like that, but I don't know, right now, with just starting YouTube, the Facebook channel, Facebook page, all that shit, I just kind of want to take it one piece at a time. And not to mention, even then, I'm not very familiar with Discord all around, but that kind of goes back to the, I don't know if you guys want to do a call-in thing, but if you do, the choice is there. And then there's also up in the description, there's a link to an article on this Crystal Nuttle, Arlena Willes thing, and which I saw somebody say more on Field. This is related to Field. This is related to all of them. In the description, there's also a link to the YouTube channel and then a link to the Facebook page. So you can go vice versa, since those are the two platforms that it's streaming on at the moment. So if anybody wants to subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow the Facebook page that these go through, then yeah, up in the description you can go join and follow whichever one you want. I think for the most part, those two will be the main focus for these lives for a minute while we kind of get this up. I need to give the YouTube a little bit more love, so I'm trying to work on that. To any of the new subscribers and whatnot, because I think like 30 or 40 people joined since the first live, so that's cool. You guys are awesome, and I'll start putting a little bit more focus to the YouTube at all, like all around. There's a way to use that platform for broadcasting calls. It's free. It'd be a sort of add-on to your channel, nothing more. Okay, see, I need to look into that, Gray. Because, yeah, I think that'd be interesting all around. But, like, as far as actual interviews and things, I actually want to do, like, Skype, like, video-to-video interviews and whatnot. But also, like, Shara may be calling in tonight, but also Shara does not understand Skype. And I know for the majority of people online, it's kind of like, how the hell do you not know how to use Skype or, like, Google or anything like that? So I just feel like maybe that's a good alternative. I mean, it could also make things interesting. I know I know there's some people that if they had the opportunity to call anonymously and cuss me out, they would love that. And not just that, but people can give their opinion. So I don't know. I kind of like the idea. So we'll definitely see on that. Arlena Willes, so this 100% is related to Field McConnell, David Strait, Timothy Homeseth, Francesca Amato, David Jose. So where, man, Zoom, you know, I don't know if I would have to see even how the Zoom would work all around, because right now I'm using OBS streaming, and then I'm using that through Restream. So then I don't know about throwing Zoom in and like adding extra lag and a whole bunch of, I don't know. I'm new to the multi-platform streaming world, so it's just going to take a minute for me to figure out the ins and outs of the multi-streaming thing. But it'll be fine. We'll do it. I'm a smart little duck. I can figure this out. But Arlena, God, today has been a long day. So Arlena Willes, man, this is an important one, and that's why I figured go ahead and not just do the whole, because okay, for new people tuning in, this is always hard to explain all around. But there's like this woman, Shara Michelle, that is literally pretending to be a journalist. She doesn't have a media outlet. She keeps on clinging on to these CPS cases. And like tonight, she did this live on Arlena Willes. That's a news case that she's hopped on. And that live in itself is pretty amazing. And we're going to watch it. But Arlena's situation is pretty interesting. It's also hard to put all into one thing, mainly because as she got in more legal trouble, she started deleting her social media activity. Like initially, she was all over social media being a total moron, saying that she didn't have to answer CPS because she wasn't in their jurisdiction. She was using sovereign excuses like the capitalization of her letters in her name because they capitalized them. She didn't have to respond. She would post pictures of letters from CPS, and she would just scribble all over the letters and never open them. And she would post those on her Facebook and say that she didn't have to respond to it. And so obviously she wasn't working with CPS whatsoever. And a lot of that came from David Straight, David Jose, all of that. Just the affidavits, the sovereign shit. I actually, Brittany, I can't see if she is because of the software I'm streaming through. I don't see everybody that's on. I just see comments from Facebook and YouTube, both in one column. So I'm not actually watching this through Facebook. So if Shara comes on and wants to talk, she's just going to have to announce herself in the comments or whatever. I'm not really expecting that to happen. So, okay, maybe we should start here. I actually found this, and I've tried to find other videos related to Arlena. Some of the old ones, like the cops.
So I'm right now at Phoenix.
The cops raiding her house. They're not raiding, but coming to arrest her, with Francesca on there screaming, and just random other videos. But like I said, she deleted a bunch of shit when legally she started gaining some problems. I did, however, I believe, and actually it's not even believe, this is the removal video. This is at the hospital where she was told that she actually had to leave the hospital. Let me see here. Should we do this full? Yeah, let's do this in a full screen. So somebody screen recorded this. It's a Factual YouTube channel. In the description, it says, a friend of mine documents her experience as an advocate for a mother being forcefully removed by Phoenix police and hospital staff. This is painful reality for a mother who just wants to be with her son. It is suspected the hospital is removing the mother with threat of being arrested for trespassing so that a new PIC IV line can be used on her son in an experimental manner. This is illegal and against our natural rights as human beings. These law enforcement agents are just following orders. This is unacceptable. It is time for people to be held accountable for their actions. So the initial story, it's not been completely confirmed. This is one of those things where we're going to have to kind of wait for Arlena to go to court and see what some of the state's evidence is against her. But the general drift of it, or gist of it, is that her son, her autistic teenage son, was bleeding from the anus. He was severely underweight, severely malnourished. And apparently Arlena has a history of CPS problems in other states as well. She removed the PIC line at the hospital, which is this day, where they're talking about how they wanted to put in a new experimental PIC line. Before that, though, the doctors were telling her that her son needed steroid treatment, and basically that he had life-threatening things going on. You need to do some sort of medical treatments here, and she refused. So she took him home. The next day, social worker came to her house, and the social worker claims that Arlena's son was on the couch withering in pain. So finally, Arlena's husband and the social worker convinced Arlena that he needed to go back to the hospital. They went back to Phoenix Children's Hospital, and that's where Arlena tried to remove the PIC and everything, and she had to leave the hospital. Because, that's kind of self-explanatory. She was pulling a PIC out of her autistic teenager while he was bleeding from the anus. Now, Arlena's demonstrated some really strong sovereign law since then. There's been talks that she was possibly using bleach treatment on him, like MMS or CD. So I could see that being true because, and I've said this before, I'm not saying it is true, but how the charges go against her, it's the state's basically accusing her of doing something to her son for around a year period of time. So that right there would match up with some sort of crazy ass wackadoodle holistic treatments. The bleeding from the anus would definitely, that could be caused by the bleach water. He does have, the medical part of him is a little odd, but apparently he does have colitis. Even then, though, like Miss Shara claims that everybody that has colitis bleeds, and I can't find any medical documents backing that up. It is a very common symptom, common symptom, but by no means is it something that happens in every single person that has it. So something like MMS, going in a situation of those kind of medical issues, obviously that could cause some heavy bleeding to occur, and to my understanding it was pretty heavy bleeding that was going on. Another thing with the MMS, or the protocol, is also what it's called. There's a bunch of different protocols for CD and MMS. So these treatments have become pretty big in the sovereign groups, and it kind of follows the same guidelines as the sovereigns. They, like CD and MMS, it started in what I think was Uganda or somewhere like that, and they were claiming that it, you know what, here, I could probably go ahead and pull that up real quick. I probably should have already pulled this up. Let's see. There we go. So we can do a little background on this shit as a whole. Where's our oh, someone removed a video. Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Let's see here. Carrie Rivera right here. That's one of the people which here, and I can even throw this link in the comments for you guys if you want to copy it, look at it later. Carrie Rivera, she's like one of the top CDMMS people now. She currently lives in Germany with her husband, who cheated on his wife in Mexico when they were having her do the protocol to their son. She claims that it cures autism, all this other bullshit. But the original guy, Jim Humble, that's who it is. Jim Humble in the Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing. And fuck it, let's just run through this real quick. While Rivera is not the founder of the MMS protocol, she is at least one point was very close with the person responsible. According to the website, Jim Humble discovered that chlorine dioxide quickly eradicates malaria while on a gold mining expedition in South America in 1996. It is not known how many people Humble has given MMS to, considering in 2010 he claimed 100,000 people. Helping muck up the waters, Humble focused on victims of malaria in Africa, across Uganda, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and Malawi, and other poverty-struck areas where documentation and regulations would be loose at best. In 2010, The Guardian reported that Humble commented in a video, "A couple of missionaries decided I was evil and told all the missionaries in the area." So that sort of slowed things down. They quit using the MMS. People didn't get treated. Now, here's the thing, though. Let me see if this is where he rebutes it. At one point, Humble actually went against it and said that it doesn't cure anything, and he was lying to everyone. And then he kind of There it is. In 2016, after MMS began receiving negative media attention, Humble actually spoke out against his creation. ABC News tracked Humble down, who was said to be living in Guadalajara, Mexico, outside the reach of American law. Surprisingly, around that same time, Humble wrote a newsletter on the Genesis 2 website. There are certainly times I have said things that I probably should have said differently for lack of a better way to express things at the time, or because others put words in my mouth. In the past, I have stated that MMS cures most all diseases. Today, I say MMS cures nothing. So the MMS CD thing, even the actual founder, Humble, has 100% called it out at one point. Now, he's kind of reneged on that, and I believe he's still in Mexico right now. He's like out of the MMS game. Carrie Rivera, she's still there. She's still rocking pretty hard. In fact, she was claiming that CD and MMS can actually cure the coronavirus, the current outbreak of coronavirus, which is absolutely fucking maddening. But they believe this can cure autism, AIDS, malaria, anything under the sun. And it can't. But it's pretty popular in sovereign groups, and the same sort of thoughts and ideologies behind it are pretty similar to like the sovereign law teachings that Arlena's been practicing in court since all this happened. After she kept on ignoring CPS, finally law got involved and she actually was arrested. She got criminal charges and is now facing 2 charges of felony to child abuse with intent, and is actually looking at a lot of time in jail. She is currently in jail after ignoring a court order to get a mental evaluation, which people like Shara say that she just wanted to see her own person, which it doesn't really work like that. It was a court-ordered mental evaluation, meaning she needs to go to the psychologist that the court ordered. That's how a court order works. But she didn't do it. There has been some denial that that ever happened, which I do... Yeah, I do have that right here. The defendant appeared and refused to approach the podium. Defendant was directed by the court to approach the podium. When she did so, the defendant indicated she wished to fire her attorney. There being no legal basis, the court denied the motion. The parties discussed the defendant's failure to attend the doctor's appointments. The defendant refused to attend the doctor's appointments and stated there was no court order requiring her to. The defendant was previously ordered to attend the doctor appointments pursuant to notice of appointment issued on 11/21/2019. Defense counsel was required to make the appointment on the defendant's behalf, and the defendant was required to make her appointments. So that's actually the time before. This is the actual order, because this is what people have been saying does not exist. It is ordered that pursuant to Arizona criminal rule, man, that John Anderson stuff today. I had my crazy Canadian psychopath stalker. I was dealing with him all day today to get him put back in jail. And so I'm a little tired of the crazy people, but it's okay. We'll power through this. Coffee. All right. So, Arizona Criminal Rule 11.2, counsel for the state and counsel for the defendant shall provide to Maricopa County Correctional Health Services, CHS, all the defendant's available medical and criminal history records within 3 days. Unless otherwise already available to the court, records are already in the possession of CHS. The document should include at least police reports, blah, blah, blah. It is further ordered appointing the following qualified mental health experts to conduct an evaluation of the above-named defendant. The defendant is not in custody, and it is further ordered that counsel for the defendant shall make appointments on the defendant's behalf with the above-named experts. It is further ordered that Correctional Health Services permit the mental health experts to view the defendant's medical file retained in the Maricopa County Jail. CHS may release the records to the mental health experts electronically to facilitate review of said records. It is further ordered that the experts submit the signed original reports to the Superior Court Forensic Unit no later than 12/30/2019. So this right here is where she was told she has to go get this mental evaluation. The judge even said that she could go see her own, she could have her own person do a mental evaluation as well, but she had to do the 2 court orders as well. I see Shara in the comments. Why do you have my name listed in your title with affidavits? I have never had anything to do with any affidavits. Well, Shara, this is about Arlena using sovereign affidavits, and you are actually supporting that and still trying to push the fact that Arlena, or the fact, you're still trying to push the narrative that Arlena is completely innocent and being held in jail without a bond for no reason whatsoever and facing this super cruel treatment that in reality she's in jail. I mean, she's not getting it any worse than anybody else in that jail. So it's just one of those things. I mean, you're paired up with Crystal Nuttle, which it turns out Crystal Nuttle has actually been involved in this for a minute. Crystal's actually been involved with this longer than I realized. Now, if you don't know who Crystal Nuttle is, she's actually she was convicted for kidnapping a child from CPS care with a mother and 2 other women. Crystal's also a hardcore sovereign, like a hardcore sovereign. This is a declaration of indictment that was created by the American Union of the United States of America and Party. Whatever the hell that is. So, this was in response to her conviction for the kidnapping. And then it turns out, looking back through Arlena's court papers, which let me see here, my phone lit up. But no, that was not for a call. See, again, that's why we need to set up some sort of call thing. Yes, Shara, you have not supported any affidavits. You are just supporting the people that use the affidavits, which many people have tried to explain to you. If you're supporting the people using these affidavits, you might as well as be supporting the affidavits. You're not denouncing anything. You're not taking a stance anywhere. You're completely trying to look over the fact and get the public to not realize that Arlena has been using these crazy-ass sovereign affidavits, these crazy teachings from David Straight that was passed down through all of them, which David Straight, if you watch my last live, he's linked up with Field McConnell and Timothy Homeseth, and they claim that they talk directly to the president, and they're part of these Pentagon pedophile task force, all this other crazy shit. And this is basically how far their little spider web of crazy nonsense has gone. I actually did not realize that Crystal Nuttle was a part of this for that long. That's actually the screen that was on when we were coming up. This is one of Arlena's first court filings. And this is actually Crystal Nuttle on the affidavit rebuttal, which we'll come back to that, but we might as well just read Crystal Nuttle's little part. I, Crystal Nuttle, and notice she did the weird little sovereign, put something in between the letters, because the sovereigns believe if you put different characters and symbols in between your name, that it somehow frees you from, like, the country, basically. It's fucking nuts. So that's not a mess up there with the semicolon. That's Crystal semicolon Nuttle to go ahead and make sure. At least most likely it is. Maybe she's just not the brightest, because I see down here she did it with Arlena Willes too. But normally those are put in the names to try and separate them and like it basically destroy their straw man name, because sovereigns believe that their birth name is a straw man name that the country uses, the corporation of the country uses to make money off of by selling your potential to other countries. And it's a big, long, odd thing. At some point in the near future, because on the old site I had a big, long sovereign article, sometime in the near future, I'll put up like a full sovereign article So I can throw that in the descriptions, and anybody that doesn't know about the sovereign movement, you can go and check that out and kind of get yourself a little bit up to speed, because that's just one of those things that's hard to explain every single time. And if you don't know what it is, it's hard to follow what any of this nonsense is. It's already hard enough to follow what all this nonsense is. But in this affidavit of rebuttal, I, Crystal Nuttle, an ambassador of Jesus, of Christ Jesus, and of sound mind and body, which I have no clue what an ambassador of Christ Jesus is, but apparently Crystal Nuttle is one of them, demand a redress of grievances in a court of real record, not Durango juvenile private court for profit because of a gross miscarriage of justice. On 11/20/2018, court hearings starting at 10:48 a.m., I, Crystal Nuttle, witnessed Administrator Nicholas Hoskins coercing and threatening Arlena Willes to consent to legal counsel when she had adamantly insisted that her court-appointed attorney be fired since she was sui juris. Throughout the course of the proceeding, Admin Hoskins threatened Arlena Willes that things would not turn out in her favor if she kept resisting his authority. Admin Hoskins stated there was no power and jurisdiction to either release her son, Jonathan Z, or keep him in state custody. Admin Hoskins also stated that he had jurisdiction over Arlena Willes and that she didn't know how to take herself out of his jurisdiction, which all that's true. They don't have jurisdiction. Shara, I see you saying in the comments that Crystal is a sweetheart. Crystal is convicted, again, of helping a mother kidnap her child from CPS. Crystal has been around this for a lot longer, and I think is one of the people feeding her this sovereign nonsense a lot longer, and is one of the people that is directly responsible for Arlena being in jail as we speak. This was on November 20th, 2018, which, by the way, what is that, page 22? If we go up to the top, I think it was in this one. Crystal was actually thrown out of court back in this point of time, like way back then, like back in 2018. She was pushing all this sovereign nonsense on Arlena and getting thrown out of courtrooms, which she just got thrown out of a courtroom like a month ago. Let's see, where is her last time getting thrown out of the courtroom? One spectator, later identified by security and court staff as Crystal Nuttle, rose to her feet and began screaming at the court. She yelled threatening statements toward the judicial officer and promised religious retribution for the decision to remand the defendant and require to be evaluated. Miss Nuttle raised her hands and yelled and had to be admonished to leave the courtroom. Miss Nuttle directly challenged the court's authority and tried to intimidate the court. The court was in the middle of its morning calendar with approximately 31 matters on the morning calendar. The room was full of litigants, attorneys, victims, and defendants who were in the gallery and in the holding cell. Let's see, does it go into Nuttle language? Well, yeah, you get the point from there. We'll see if this is the one, though. See, that's another thing, too, that's really hard about Arlena's case. Because of all this crazy shit, it's just hard to keep up with. Like, Arlena has filed over 30 different sovereign things. Crystal is 100% part of why Arlena is in jail. She is deep into sovereign beliefs, and it's right here is a document showing that since November 2018, she has been involved with disobeying the court, encouraging her to file affidavits and all this other crazy sovereign shit. Crystal has been involved in this way longer than I even realized till about an hour ago. So save your shit, Shara. This is where the problem is. You are 100% covering for a woman that is helping ensure Arlena goes to jail for a very long time. And this actually was the document I was looking for. Then Assistant AG Deborah Maria Olize looked at the bailiff and started laughing along with DCS caseworker Rosemary Vila and appointed counsel for Jonathan Diane Theos. At which point, my witness, Crystal Nuttle, stood up and spoke out and pointed to them and the admin, Hoskins, and they had no souls. That they had no souls in conscience to think that this was funny, and if it was their child, they wouldn't be silent if Phoenix Children's Hospital ripped out their child's guts. 2 sheriff's deputies escorted my 2 witnesses out of the courtroom. So this is back in 2018. 11/20/2018, that Crystal Nuttle got thrown out of the courtroom while being her advocate for the first time after yelling at the court that the Phoenix Children's Hospital ripped out Arlena's child's guts. She's been encouraging this nonsense for a very long time. And again, I can't stress this enough. The document that I have from Crystal, the Declaration of Indictment, this is deep, deep sovereign shit. They think they have their own court. They go to their own imaginary court and they find people guilty and have these imaginary trials in their own court with these bullshit documents that mean absolutely nothing to anybody. Nothing. I mean, this is gibberish. This is stuff that does not exist. This is the great jury of the United States of America. There is no goddamn great jury. This is pure nonsense. This is why Arlena has to get a mandatory mental evaluation under court order by the people ordered by the court. This is why she lost her chance to try and say, no, I'm just going to go with this guy. That shit's done because since November 2018, her and Crystal Nuttle have been having outbreaks and yelling at the courts and filing sovereign affidavits. Literally since 2018. And again, there's in the description, there's the Facebook and YouTube comments. Some of you may be lost over on YouTube, over on the Facebook side of things, the Shara Michelle, which we'll get to her video in a little bit. She's commenting on the Facebook side. So anytime with the commenters and whatnot, I'll try and let you know, you guys know where I'm responding to shit from. But again, another thing that is confusing, I can't stress this enough either. I still didn't download all these. At some point, I'm going to try and round up all of Arlena's filings. But just so you guys know, this is just the documents that I pulled up tonight. All of these. This is from one court case. I've never in my life had to deal with this many court documents for a case that isn't even at trial yet. Like, this is insane. This isn't even close. Like, this is probably like a fourth of the documents that Arlena has filed in court. She's literally filed this shit in court. This thing that you're looking at, this thing she scribbled all over, this was put into court. And this thing that's scribbled all over is a different court document that she filed. Like, that one and that one are 2 different filings where she just scribbled all over the shit. This is bad. This is really, really bad. And that's another reason why I did want to go ahead and do this Arlena Willes thing on the YouTube channel, since we are just now starting to switch to the YouTube channel as well. Well, not switch, but include it. But with just with the Field McConnell and David Straight thing and the affidavits and Francesca, Amato, David Jose, all of them. One thing you got to understand is that Arlena Willes was Francesca Amato and David Jose's like golden child. If this is why you should use the affidavits, and then shit started going completely wrong for her, and they basically just disowned her. Now again, Francesca Amato and David Jose are basically the bastard children of David Straight. Then David Straight is actually Field McConnell and Timothy Homeseth, which that goes back to Sarah Dunklin and the current investigation into Cynthia Absig, Field McConnell, Fran, David. There's a multiple agency investigation going on right now because of what this criminal enterprise. It is a criminal enterprise because all of them do their own donation thing for their sovereign legal practices. And it's not they all, any of the supporters always say that I have a donation link in my description, and that's not fair. But the thing is that my donation link, You don't have to donate it to watch this. You don't have to. I'm not offering you anything. I'm not offering you one-on-one consultations. I'm not offering you legal remedies. If you are entertained by this, if you learn something by this, if you think that this helps somebody and you want to kick in $5-10, that is your choice. You are free to do that. With David Straight, for him to fly around the country, he charges the donations. What I've been told is that he charges roughly $2,500. With Francesca Amato, you have to pay a $50 consultation to get her bullshit affidavit help and all that. David Jose's doing it a little bit looser. He just asked for love donations to get his legal expertise. Kirk Pendergrass, Timothy Homeseth, all of them. It's two different worlds. I'm just another live streamer / independent journalist. This is just what I do. And it's very common for us to have donation links up. All this shit costs money. But again, I'm not offering anything to you guys. And I'm not depriving you guys of anything if you don't donate. You can click on this. Facebook is free. YouTube is free. It's the same with the website too. I don't have any paywalls up on the website. So big difference there. And again, the biggest difference, I'm not advocating for anyone, and I'm sure as hell not offering any legal advice. In fact, when people message me asking for legal advice, I tell them that the best advice I could give them is to talk to an attorney, because that is the best legal advice I can give them. Just overall, I can't be responsible for that. I'm not an attorney. I can get through court documents and whatnot. I have a pretty good basic understanding of the law. I can see bullshit when I see it. But as far as, I'm not an attorney, like straight out. That's just all there is to it. There's not. And that's the same with all these other people. David Straight, Field McConnell, Francesca Amato, David Jose, Kirk Pendergrass, Chris Hallett, Sarah Dunklin. That is one thing they all have in common as well. They are not attorneys. None of them. Not fucking one of them. But Arlena also, aside from just being Francesca Amato and David Jose's little golden child of how the affidavits will work, and David Straight, actually, and I've seen the screenshots of this. At some point when I go more towards David Straight, I'll grab those screenshots and shit. But David Straight claims that he's in communication with Arlena. I would imagine David Straight is in communication with Crystal Nuttle, just judging by the hardcore sovereign documents that she has. Just because that's a level way above Francesca Amato or David Jose. The sort of shit Crystal's into is hardcore fucking federal government declares you a domestic terrorist sort of shit. I mean, that's hardcore sovereign stuff. But this document right here, and remind you, in November 2018 it started. This document is January 7th, 2019. So this wasn't the first thing she filed. This is by no means the first thing she filed. And again, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13 documents pulled up right now. The other night when I was doing Arlena stuff, I had 19 documents pulled up. And there was still another 15 that I could have pulled up. So, and I still don't know if that's all of them. She has filed so much bullshit. Now, this also goes back to Ronnie Davis and Bears Law and all of them. Their head guy, what was his name? It was Brandon something. Ronnie Davis ended up going to jail for kidnapping. Or Bryce, was it Bryce? God damn it, this bothers me. Now we're going to have to look this up. I forget Ronnie Davis's higher up. Let's see. So Ronnie Davis was part of this thing called Bears Law. The Bears Law and Forensic Science Team. Crazy shit. They had parents putting bloody thumbprints on documents and sending it in. They were saying they were going to go arrest a bunch of court people and shit, just like Francesca Amato's currently doing, and David Jose. They got in some pretty big trouble, though. I'm trying to find his higher up dude's name, though, because there was a guy above Ronnie Davis, and I lost my article. Bruce Doucette. That's who it is. I believe Bruce Doucette is in, yeah, Bruce Doucette is currently in jail for 38 years. Sovereign Judge Bruce Doucette, sentenced to 38 years, and that was in 2018 that he was sentenced to 38 years in prison. So this is where this shit leads. And this is like similar to where David Straight, Crystal Nuttle, all of them. A jury in Denver had found Doucette guilty of 34 felony charges stemming from actions that Doucette described as an attempt to root our corruption in American government at its various levels, federal, state, and local. This is the sort of fucking charges and jail time that David Straight, Field McConnell, Timothy Homeseth, all of them, this is the sort of shit they're going to be looking at. Francesca Amato and David Jose will probably get a little bit less because they're more just harvesting victims for David Straight. They weren't really quite as directly tied to Field McConnell and Timothy Homeseth. Their handler, I guess you could call it, was David Straight. That was like who they answered to. So, and again, David Straight goes around the country having people send him money for him to travel there, for him to talk about stuff like how he works directly for President Trump, and he's arrested over 3,000 pedophiles in the last year. It's crazy shit. Like this, you wouldn't want to believe any of this stuff is going on, but this stuff is going on. And like as we speak, Arlena Willes is in jail from this stuff. So I'm trying to get that summed up as good as possible, as quick as possible. Because then we'll also do our Shara's phone call thing. This is the actual, hopefully that's somewhat explains the situation enough to where people aren't completely lost. But this was like the start of it. I don't know that this was the original date, but I think this sounds pretty spot on, of September 10th, 2018.
So I'm right now at Phoenix Children's Hospital where a mom is being forcefully removed by Phoenix PD and security for wanting to remain in care. I'm entitled to do this. Nobody's on it. I am a visitor.
We don't allow videotaping from visitors.
You don't allow videotaping from visitors?
If you're a parent,
what, is that a law?
We do not allow that from visitors.
Okay.
So I'm asking you, please cooperate. This is why we're in the situation that we're in right now.
No, you're in this situation right now because you're removing a mom from being
We
in
gave
her
options.
You gave
to
her
leave earlier.
this. So right now I'm standing here simply talking to my phone, and mom is in the room right now screaming as she's being removed from the hospital. I wasn't allowed to go back in when it came to advocate for her. I'm right here, honey. I'm right here. They're removing her for disorderly conduct.
Get your kids out of here as soon as you can.
If you keep yelling, you're going to go to jail for disorder.
This is my purse is in the room.
Make sure he's okay, and then help her get her purse, please.
This is Phoenix Children's Hospital, where the child has been kept from his mom, has not been fed since Friday, is pleading, I'm coming, honey, I'm waiting for my purse. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You guys are criminal. Unbelievable. So please, anybody who has contact with the media, report this immediately. The child is on the autism spectrum, has not been fed since Friday, and the nurses say they'll keep him calm. I've never seen anything like this. I honestly cannot believe that that woman screaming, that the reason she's being asked to leave is because they've given her multiple occasions to behave, is what the social worker said. She has been very
Imagine that.
upset and speaking to them in a tone that's not calm. And now I am trying to find her. She's been removed from hospital property. There she is being escorted by two police officers and 2 security guards because she wants her son to eat, and they won't feed him because he has colitis. And this has been going on since Friday. I'm right behind you. I'm usually not speechless. She's walking away with a suitcase. A parent is being removed from being able to be in the room with a child who they're saying is going to get a PICC line, and there's so much more to the story. Both the procedure and the tools, or I don't have the right word right now, for the PICC line and the formula they want to put him on are contracted by the hospital. So they won't give this kid food so that they can go follow through with a procedure and look at this. It's like she's criminal. Mind you, it's 107 degrees in the desert.
The child was bleeding from his anus and had already been removed from the hospital and had to be brought back to the hospital at this point. So the idea that they needed a PICC line, which she ripped the PICC line out of her child, out of her autistic teenager, which is another thing that really pisses me off with a lot of these people, even like Shara, that try and paint this pretty happy picture around this shit and basically twist this narrative for these parents that CPS is totally evil, which CPS is bad. They have a lot of issues, just like every other agency in our government. But twisting and pushing these narratives for parents that are fucked up does not help anything. You're actually forgetting about the true victim of the situation, which is the child. Like, that's supposed to be the whole point of all this shit. All these advocates and everything is protect the children. But then they're willing to look over shit like that just to get their narrative out about the parents good, CPS evil. That's not always the case. Plain and simple.
Right now, and DCS and what would have been patient advocate stayed with Jonathan, who's 15 years old, undernourished right now, and being deprived of food by Phoenix Children's Hospital. The Parents' Bill of Rights allows her to make medical decisions. So right now, these would-be officers of the law are actually breaking the law. Funny. All for hospital policy.
Here's my name, serial number, and phone number for the briefing.
Yes.
And then these guys are on my squad, so I have all their information if you need anything. But
Can you get everybody's?
I don't go around getting hospital staff's information, but you have my name and serial number, so you can call if you have any questions.
But nobody's even asking my side at this point.
Just so we're all clear, if you come back on the property, you will be arrested until...
Don't you want to hear my side, officer?
I'm trying to explain to you so you understand. I'm enforcing the hospital rules here. You're being trespassed. Tomorrow, somebody from the hospital will contact you and give you a plan that they're going to set in place for you. But until they contact you and give you the plan, if you come back on the property, you will go to jail for trespassing, okay? I'm not going to get involved in...
What happens to my rights, officer? As a parent?
You can contact a lawyer. Right now, the hospital is trespassing you. That's
Well,
the
I'll be
rule,
getting
okay?
back.
Wow.
I'll be coming back and getting my son.
I hope things work out for you.
And they better not hurt my son, because I can guarantee you, if they hurt my son, I'm going to tell you.
How often do you guys do this?
I don't know.
You remove
All
parents
every
from
day.
being
We
with
remove
their
people every
autistic
day.
every day.
That's right, every day. It's a good business.
I can't read a single thing anybody's writing because I'm walking and talking, and here's mom carrying her suitcase. The police officers are still walking.
Children from them.
You're the friend?
Yes.
Just so we're clear, listen, I don't know her from anyone.
I know, but you guys are...
I hope things work
You're not
out,
even
but
listening
listen,
to my
just
side.
so
You're
that
not
she
even
doesn't get in
pulling
trouble,
me
because she
aside
needs
or
to be here
tell
for
one
her
to
son,
talk
so
to
she
me
doesn't
or
end up going to
listen to
jail.
my side.
Advise her that we enforce the law. Right now, she's been officially trespassed, so make it worse. You know, tomorrow
Right.
someone from the hospital contact her, okay? I
So,
hope things work out.
so in situations like this, can the dad come visit?
The dad has permission.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's-
yeah, his dad will come down.
We're trespassing her.
Right, I know, it's just unfathomable to me, really.
I
I'm
know.
55 years old, and I can't even imagine that this is what you do for a living. But that's besides the point. That's opinion. That's
We
just
go to
my
businesses all
regard.
the time, and they'll say, we want this person. We don't know the person anyway.
Right.
But
I
there's
get that.
Because you're
rules
an
and
idiot,
it's-
Shara.
I get that it's, you're following the rules and abiding by the law, but even the patient advocate isn't advocating for the patient, right? So it's because her behavior was unacceptable. I
don't
mean,
know all
come,
the
but
details
that's
of it.
pretty
That's
much
what
what
it
was
was.
said.
That's what it was.
So would you be upset if your child is asking for food and for
not
3
getting
days not
food?
getting any food? Of course you'd be upset. And it's just a series of events
And
that take
there's
place.
concept she has every right to contact a lawyer. to
Right.
go to the next step. She has nobody's saying it. It's
Right.
just right now today, she's being trespassed.
And she doesn't know what they're going to do to her son.
Correct.
I have no clue.
So that's-
They could drug my son up without even.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
So you would be pretty distressed
I
if
would trust the doctor.
you would trust the doctor
I'm just
how
telling you
many
my opinion,
times?
that's
If they asked you
But
to
listen,
leave for the
we're not going to
hospital.
Okay. So her
Where's your
husband,
crap?
my car is in this
Is
lot
she
on the
catching
third
up
floor.
with you?
I gotta catch a ride with
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
The father can visit, any other family member can
You wanna
visit.
go get your car and come pick her up right here?
Do you want me to do that?
I can walk with you if you want. I'll just walk off the property. That's what they want.
Well, the parking garage is part of the property.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm on the second floor.
Okay.
Do you need help with the suitcase?
I
That's what
got
I'm
it.
saying. You want to just wait here with your suitcase and have her come pick you up?
Yeah, I can wait over here.
Okay. So any other family member is entitled to visit?
She's the only one. Listen, legally,
Yeah.
she's being trespassed.
Okay.
Anything else, I mean, however the hospital rules
I'm
are,
gonna have to call the
I think you have to be a family member, I think, to visit children. I don't know how.
I'm not a family member. I'm a friend of the family. So, and
If you're with a family member, though.
always, so there has to be a family member present.
I don't know the rules, but I would assume because of kids. I'm not
Okay.
saying, I don't know.
Well, I was told to get just a guest code, and that
I'm
was
sure you can
enough.
Call and they'll tell you the rules. Or Google it, or anything on the internet nowadays.
Yeah. All right.
So we'll wait here with her. If you can grab your car, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll be back. Check that out. Unfreaking believable. They're sitting there with her. Anybody else can visit. And they will hold her accountable for trespassing and arrest her and take her to jail if she returns to hospital property until tomorrow when the hospital contacts her and tells her what the plan is. That child is now in that room freaking the fuck out. Pardon my French. And I'm in an elevator in case I lose the connection. Oh my Lord. So for those of you that are just joining, I was contacted this morning to help a mom at Phoenix Children's Hospital with a child on the autism spectrum who has been deprived food since Friday, has colitis. They insist on putting in a PICC line and feeding him formula, which she has refused because he's been on that formula since January of last year, or January of this year, and she feels that that is part of what is making him ill. I don't even remember where I'm parked. Oh, good God. Anyway, I came to advocate. While I was there, DC came and it was a follow-up. Even though you know that's, let's send peace, love, and light right now to Jonathan and make sure that Jonathan receives all the energy that we have available to keep him stable. I know he's just as devastated as you are. So right now I'm driving mom back home. This is from the previous. No one's on yet. I'm gonna wait till somebody gets on. I had like 50 people on before and I lost my connection. Oh my God, honey. Oh my God.
This is a nightmare. I
There's-
can't believe it.
Please, you guys, share once you get on this video. I'm trying to find somebody who can reach out to an attorney. Mom was removed from Phoenix Children's Hospital by the police. This is a continuation of my previous Facebook Live. Her son is on the autism spectrum. He has not been fed since Friday, and police removed her from the premises, told her if she returned at any point prior to the hospital contacting her tomorrow with the plan, quote unquote, that she would be arrested and put in jail for trespassing. They removed her for trespassing. And
I didn't even trespass. I was there.
so the story in a nutshell is mom took her son to the hospital. He's been on a formula that has created colitis and has created other allergic issues. They insist that he needs to continue on that formula and needs a PICC line in order to facilitate this. Through another friend, it was discovered that the hospital has a contract with the PICC line manufacturer and this particular formula, so this is just the protocol that they follow regardless. I was in the room with them for about 45 minutes before the police came to escort her out. DCS came and took notes, and then what would have been the social worker who was actually a bitch, and I can say that now, completely arrogant and condescending to mom, pretty much in a nutshell said that she was being removed from the premises now. The higher ups had decided because of mom's behavior. So you're not allowed to be upset. You're not allowed to advocate, because that will get you removed from hospital premises with police and security guard escorts. So the plan now, according to the police officer, they do this all the time, as he said, is the hospital will contact her tomorrow with a plan. And if she doesn't follow the plan, then there are consequences beyond that. We need to find an attorney that will help a mom and a family that does not have the means right now to do anything. In the autism community, this kid is absolutely devastated. He was saying, if you take my mom, I'll fight you. So they have emotionally distressed Jonathan, who is 15 years old. On top of that, as I've already said,
All right, we get the basic drift there. And Shara, that's not true whatsoever, and that is not true according to Arlena's own words, that he was underweight once he was in CPS care. In fact, in Arlena's own words, she says that she can prove that he was only gained 3 pounds with him when they were saying that it was 18 pounds. There's a few things that she says actually that shows right there you haven't done your homework at all, and you have not looked through Arlena's own words in her own court filings. Now, another thing that needs to be pointed out there from that video that I do think is interesting is there's this whole formula blame, but at the same time, there was this whole, which in Brittany, I don't know who that person was there that day. I don't think that was Crystal. I got a Crystal video here. At least I think I do. Yeah, I got a Crystal video here. But so she's saying that there is this formula that he'd been given since January, and she thinks that's why he was getting sick. Again, if she was doing some sort of crazy ass holistic treatment and then just blaming the formula, but in reality, whatever holistic thing she was giving him was what was making him sick, that could play out as well. Another thing is that he was not allowed food because he was bleeding from his anus. They were trying to get nutrients in him. She ripped out the PICC line and started demanding that basically he come home for her to do her holistic healing shit, which she had already taken him home to do that, and then the husband actually got them back the next day with the social worker. So Arlena's own husband actually agreed with the social worker that they needed to go, and Arlena said that the social worker was lying, and the social worker claimed that her autistic teenager's son was on the couch withering in pain and moaning, and again, finally the husband said, yeah, we do need to go back to the hospital. And just to give kind of an idea of where Arlena's head is, even in her own court document, she refers to her autistic son as her biological property. It is ordered that DCS and Durango Court return my biological property immediately without any further damage or trauma, or all involved will be charged with criminal charges of kidnapping my son and holding him hostage and obstructing justice. I also order my son's testimony to be not stricken from the proceedings 11/20/2018, to strike Jonathan's testimony to come home from the record as proof that Admin Hoskins and Assistant AG Deborah Olize seeks to impede and obstruct justice, and also proves that Durango Juvenile Court is not a court of real record. Let it be known for the record as a warning that all who are impeding the obstruction, justice, and keeping my son's voice from being heard will go home and hold him hostage until blah, 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 blah. And actually, let's maybe do look through some of Arlena's stuff, because she actually changes her own stories a few times. So, Shara, this should be fun, because I don't think you've ever read any of these court documents, which these are written by Arlena. So if you want to talk about who knows the most, I would imagine that Arlena writing this down in her court files or in her documents to file in court, it's probably about as trustworthy of a source as you're going to get on what was going through Arlena's head. So let's see. Again, this is going to be a little bit rough just because there are so many documents. Therefore, I demand the immediate return of my biological property. That's just fucking weird. Biological property. 6 weeks prior to colectomy, that my son did not give his consent for, nor did I. He ordered everyone out of the room and called for the bailiff. I tried to address Admin Hoskins with medical evidence that my son Jonathan had only gained 3 pounds, not 18 pounds. Okay, so the lady that doesn't know law and is filing all this crazy stuff claimed that she had evidence showing that he only gained 3 pounds when they, like the hospital and everybody, could say, no, he's gained 18 pounds. With that one, I'm going to go ahead and given the credibility of Arlena, I'm probably going to go ahead and go with the hospital on this one. Let's see. Home health care. Let's find the actual removal point, which I know she's done that in a few different documents. This looks like she's just bitching about the proceedings. Doctor's notes. We want to find the actual removal. I really wish she hadn't filed 300 different fucking things. Habeas corpus. Maybe it's in her habeas corpus. Law, decree, writ, or tangible medium necessary. Which, by the way, you can kind of... I'm scrolling a little bit slow here. You can see yourself how crazy the shit she was filing in court is. And also remind you, when they say that she was given multiple chances at the hospital to calm down, this is also the same woman that was given multiple opportunities by CPS to cooperate, but she refused to. This is the woman that was given multiple opportunities by the court to cooperate, but she wouldn't until just recently she started to because she's in jail. So maybe the reality of the situation finally started to hit home. This woman has a history of repeatedly not listening to anybody, just doing whatever the hell she wants. But I don't think it's just what she wants. I think she's definitely under the influence of a few others, because this kind of stuff, like Arlena didn't create this stuff. This stuff was put into her. This stuff was 100% put into her by someone else. And so happens to turn out that the advocate that's been with her since November 2018, Crystal Nuttle, is super into sovereign shit, which is this right here that you're looking at. Anybody that would try this kind of stuff for with something as serious as their child and possibly never seeing them again, I mean, that kind of goes to show where their judgment's going to be with any sort of weird treatments and just overall medical decisions. Arlena didn't even understand why her son wasn't able to eat. I mean, it's completely ludicrous, this whole fucking thing. Reserves right under full ability, complete transparency, do hereby acknowledge willingly into it. Okay, so God, and that's the other shitty part too. This is 42 pages of just nonsense. Just pure nonsense. Bible verses. Authorities. Under authorities, Shara was putting, or me, Shara, sorry. Both of you are, sorry Shara, my bad. Both of you are equally dumb, so that one slipped out. Arlena was turning in Bible verses to the courts as her authorities. Okay. And not just one or two Bible verses. It looks like 15 pages of Bible verses, quite possibly. Or no, it looks like it just goes into weird shit for a minute after the Bible verses. You can't turn Bible verses into the court as like an argument. Like, this is why Arlena has a mental evaluation from using this shit. And people keep on saying like these affidavits and the teachings of David Straight, Phil McConnell, all these guys, like, oh, show me one parent that's been arrested. You don't get arrested right away for using that shit. That's not how it works. You get mental evaluations. If you do it like this, which I'm 97% sure Arlena Willes at this point is on some sort of possible domestic terrorist list with the federal government, because what they did was they started declaring this shit right here as paper terrorism. One of the reasons is like what we were just looking at with the Bible verses, is that when this is turned into the court, somebody still has to deal with those court filings. What the hell do you do with 10 pages of Bible verses? I mean, somebody's being paid to try and figure out what the hell they're supposed to do with those Bible verses. Like, it's nonsensical. So that is where this kind of stuff started turning into paper terrorism. And this is 42 pages. This is a 42-page document of pure nonsense that Arlena turned in. And one of over 30 of them. I swear, though, on some of these, which I don't know, maybe I didn't even grab it tonight. Like I said, at some point I'm going to pull all of hers and actually organize them. It's going to take a minute to get all of her documents rounded up and put together. I deny that I am an artificial entity created under the former laws of the former the United States of America, the former state of Arizona, former District of Columbia, or any former territory, commonwealth, or possession of the aforementioned, or of a foreign state or country, or any and all local, national, and international equivalents, public and private. I deny that there is any original contracts authority for case law opinions or any other type and form of control and or alteration of law by any perpetrated court, tribunal, judge, and or justice, etc. This is crazy shit. This is nonsense. This is not law on any level. And this is what Arlena was filing in court. This is crazy. I deny that I am an officer, agent, shareholder, franchise, fiduciary agent, resident and or inhabitant of any other of the aforementioned, nor am I domiciled in any fictional entity without limitation. I deny that I am a vessel documented under former Chapter 121 of former Title 46 USC or a vessel numbered as provided in former Chapter 123 of former Title 46 USC. I deny that I am an enemy of the United States of America, former state of Arizona, or any other capacity, condition, character, status, standing, and fictional entity created under the former laws of the United States of America, any former state of Arizona, former District of Columbia, or any former territory, commonwealth in possession of the aforementioned or a foreign state, country, and any and all local, national, and international equivalents of all aforementioned public and like, this shit's crazy. I deny that I'm affiliated with an enemy of any public or private fictional entity. I declare that I am a neutral woman. I deny the United States of America, former state of Arizona, and or any local, national, and international equivalents have valid charters, as a matter of fact, in law, at law, and otherwise. And right there is where Arlena technically... She said right there she was a sovereign. Right there, she denounced her citizenship as an American. That's something that people like Shara like to look over. The fact that Arlena herself is literally turning this in. She's 100% denouncing her American citizenship. This is the woman, these court documents that were filed, this is the woman that Shara says is of sound mind and highly intelligent. This shit barely is even understandable sentences, but then you got a moron like Shara that's saying this is highly intelligent stuff. This is barely even functioning sentences. I declare my given name at live birth on soil is Arlena. On soil. God damn it, that one caught me off guard. That one really did catch me off guard. Oh, long day. I declare my given name at live birth on soil. God damn it. I don't know why the soil thing keeps on getting me. Oh, okay. Okay, we got this. It's just, why would you even say birth on soil? My God. Oh, man. I declare my I declare my given name at live birth on soil is Arlena. God damn it. I just can't. I can't with these people. Oh, shit. All right. We got this. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck. That soil thing really got me. And the geographic, I'm skipping over, we're going from the next part. And the geographic location of current location, West Virginia, are particularly unique to myself, although not affiliated. God damn it. Although not affiliated with the former corporate, military, commercial... I don't know why the soil thing got to me so bad. God damn it. Oh, Arlena, you beautiful woman, you. Fuck. I'm skipping that one. You guys get the drift. It was on the page long enough for you guys to read it. Oh shit. Man. I deny that I'm a party and or see, and this is where, like, I try not, it's not funny, it's not, but some of this shit you gotta laugh at. It's not funny that people are being taken advantage of, but like, that is fucking ridiculous. I declare my given name at live birth on soil. Like, what in the holy hell are you talking about? Why would you file that in your court case? Like, Jesus, man. That's just bad. That's asking for trouble. I deny that I'm bound by any fictional entities. And so one thing too, whenever they're saying, damn it, I just saw your comment, Nathan. When she keeps on saying the fictional entities, that goes back to like the sovereign belief that the America is a corporation, not a country, and like America is actually destroyed, and so it's used to be this entity, and now it's not this entity, and straw man shit. So that's what she means by there. With everything that she's saying, there's basically that she has nothing to do with America, is her basic point there every time she says that. I deny that I am an artificial person / entity. Oh boy. Oh boy. I deny that I have lived all my life under lawful emergency rule. I deny that there can be any limitation on myself in my private sentiment, real woman, living soul heir, and beneficiary of the creator capacity, character, condition, status, and standing, absent causing actual and factual harm to another real man living soul. This is deep stuff, man. This is legal shit. Man, we're not going to read all this, so there's no way in hell we're reading all this. We still got to get to Shara's video. But damn it, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good it has to be fattening. I deny any persons purporting to the hold office. No, okay. I'm going to skip through this because if not, I'm going to keep on going. I deny... God damn it. I deny that I am lost at sea. I deny that I am dead. I deny that I am a corporation, association, trust, or any other term. I deny that I am lost at sea. Like, what the fuck? Shara, the woman you're defending, in her court document made sure to explain that she was not lost at sea. Do you not see a goddamn problem here? This is the woman you are saying is highly intelligent and completely sane, and there is no chance that she was harming her child. She is fucking claiming in a court document that she is not lost at sea. You do not need to explain to anybody that you are not lost at sea. You prove that by not being lost at sea. Like, right now, I'm not lost at sea. You guys can tell that. I'm not in the sea. Like, that is a self-explanatory, I'm not lost at sea. She actually denied that she was dead. Once again, just like being lost at sea, you can tell if someone is dead or not. You do not have to deny to anybody, especially in your court documents, that you're dead. Like, right now, I do not need to explain to any of you watching, even though you're not even here with me. You can't physically touch me. But I don't have to tell any of you that I'm not dead. Like, this... Man, I don't think I read her shit that deep before. This is fucking crazy. Shara, you were fucking crazy. This is the sort of stuff that you're supporting. Let's see. Maybe we'll skip through, but we'll kind of pay a little bit of attention because, like, I deny being lost at sea. That was pretty fucking strong. Shara Michelle, this mother is not a child abuser. Shara Michelle, this woman explained in a court document that she is not lost at sea. You don't know this mother at all. You don't know the state's evidence against this woman for her trial. You don't know that. You do not know that. Cult of Bill, have you read the order denying Fields writ of habeas corpus establishing capital Field McConnell and Field McConnell and Field McConnell, a living, breathing man on the soil and the same person? Yeah, no, I haven't read Field McConnell's, but yeah, that's right there. I mean, and that's where, again, this is where this ties in with Field McConnell, David Straight, all of them. The shit that Arlena is turning into the courts is direct product from Field McConnell, David Straight, all of them. This is why they're being federally investigated, because they're turning this shit into courts, and they're victim harvesting. They're tricking people like Arlena into filing this shit. But the same case, if you're filing this sort of shit, you probably had some mental issues beforehand. If you read through this and you were like, yeah, fuck yeah, this is solid, I'm gonna turn this in. I feel like I need to let the court know that I am not lost at sea. This shows that there's a good chance that Arlena was doing a treatment to her autistic son that was harming him. And also, I'd like to point out in the Arlena situation that CPS didn't hold on to him. There's a lot of confusion, like CPS wanted him, blah, blah, blah. They wanted all this money. No, after Arlena kept on screwing off and ignoring CPS, they sent her son to his dad. And since he's been with his dad, he's better. His weight's up. Everything's better. So oddly enough, when they removed Arlena from the situation, he got better. Anybody else see the correlation there? Like, maybe Arlena is crazy, and maybe she was doing some pretty bad treatments. She went far enough to rip the PIC line out of her autistic son when he was bleeding from the anus, after removing him from the hospital while he was bleeding from his anus to take him home to do holistic caring. Maybe, just maybe, she was harming him through a treatment. And one thing I do want to make clear, though, I don't think that Arlena was purposely hurting her kid. I think that she's had mental issues for a very long time, and that she didn't realize she was hurting him. I think that's a God honest truth about Arlena, is that she really thought something like this was like MMS or CD, the bleach treatment stuff. I think she actually thought she was helping, which she wasn't. But I mean, you can just see the mental instability in these court documents. Remind you, she was writing her own court shit. She filed all this stuff. She 100% bragged about this stuff. So that means Arlena sat down and typed, "I deny that I am lost at sea," with the intentions of handing that into a court. Like, that shows there was some mental issues here. Nobody with any kind of common sense, lawyer or not, legal skills or not, is going to do that sort of shit. Shara, stop already. You don't know anything. You 100% don't know anything, and you prove that over and over. And we'll watch your phone call in just a little bit where you prove again that you don't know anything. You are just as fucking clueless as Arlena is. Shara, if you want to call in and explain what lies are being said, please feel free to. Paige sent you my number. You're more than welcome to. Just reminding you that you're 100% able to call at any point. Because remind you, right now, the person that you're going off of is Crystal Nuttle. You are going off of her sovereign advocate that has been thrown out of court multiple times. That is your information person, Shara. So again, call. You can call in and you can state all your little grievances. I'm more than happy to hear them from you, because there's a few questions I'm sure a lot of people want to hear you answer. Right here, she denies that I can be lawfully forced to serve two masters. So that's odd. God, you know what? Yeah, this is. Oh, we got some declares. We got some declares instead of denies. I declare that I have clean hands in and any all matters to, for, and against the defendants. I declare the defendants in any and all local, national, and international equivalents were artificial persons, an abstraction and creature of the mind, and can only deal and interface with other artificial persons. So right there, Arlena is claiming that the government is artificial, quote unquote, a creature of the mind. I declare that I am an heir of the Creator, state, national, and a fellow citizen with the saints. I declare that I have claimed, reserved, and exercised my Creator-given rights, privileges, freedoms, immunities, and properties at all places and times. I declare that I claim, accept, and acknowledge the absolute original jurisdiction, venue, and law form. I declare that my most firm and practiced beliefs are in and of the Creator's will and words. I declare that anything in contradiction to the Creator's will and words is void. What? Abinish? I don't know that word. Yeah, this shit's crazy. Okay, let's keep on scrolling. With this one, we're going to try and not slow down as much. But I still want to find, because she does describe like the actual removal and shit in a few of these documents, and she actually changes up her own story in a few of these. But this is still just more crazy nonsense. Required, further demanded, further demand required. This is her just demanding stuff, which, by the way, she was also demanding that CPS owed her $5,000 a day for every day that they didn't return her child, which obviously did not happen. I, Arlena Minerva Willes, do hereby knowingly, willingly, and intelligently and intentionally declare and affirm that the foregoing is true, accurate, and complete the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me Creator. Let's see. Come on, Arlena. Where's your side of the story? Jesus. Let's see. Consent is hereby. Govern yourself accordingly. Any omission is not a waiver thereof. Herein to non-transfer. Okay, yeah. So this is just all. Oh, and there's Crystal Nuttle, witness of service. Hey, Shara, there's your sweet little sovereign friend. I, Crystal Nuttle, on the 7th day of January in the year of my Creator, 2019, lawful service and notice of the instant matter was effectuated via in-person service to and upon respondents, American Department of Child Safety and et al. In-person service, including a declaration, notice of service, and a true, accurate, and complete copy of the filing in this instant matter. Evidences of the same is hereby attached, is hereby restated in its entirety, and then incorporated herein as it's set forth in full. I, Crystal Nuttle, witnessed Arlena Willes' lawful service and notice of the instant matter was effectuated via in-person service to blah, blah, blah. There is literally your friend, Shara, that has been pushing Arlena with this sovereign nonsense since 2018. And this is her doing it on January 7th, 2019. Crystal Nuttle has literally helped push Arlena into jail. And Crystal, I hope you're watching this too, because I'm going to make sure that your name gets for sure dragged into all this other shit and this investigation shit, because I'm curious to know how many other parents you've done this shit to. You've already helped one kidnapping from a CPS, and then you're pushing this kind of bullshit. I hope you're watching, Crystal. The state of Arizona by, okay, let's see, what do we got here? Okay. The offenses cause physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim has died as a result, blah, blah, blah. Any other factor that's relevant to the offender's character. Okay, so we got like nothing there. What do we got here? Okay, so just an FYI, this is the state witness list. Shara, you may want to pay attention to this part. I know that you don't understand law, but as far as the state case of what's going on, this is the witnesses that the state has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and one of the names there, Billy Zeke. That's the father. One of the witnesses the state is going to call is the father. The father of the child they are claiming was abused. Billy Zeke. So, but whatever, Shar, you keep on backing your thing, but just remember that the father of the child is one of the witnesses that would be testifying in court. You're a jackass. What was that, like 14? But you see here, these are all witnesses. These are state witnesses. Probably easily over 50 witnesses. Shit, maybe even more. That's a pretty long list of witnesses. So that's witness list, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what else we got here. Disclosure, there we go. Okay, I think this is another, this is another Arlena filing, and you can tell that because right at the top it says State of Arizona, a dead entity versus Arlena Willes, a living, breathing woman, a living, breathing soul, an ambassador of Jesus Christ sui juris. Who else called themselves an ambassador of Jesus Christ? Was that Crystal Nuttle? Regarding dismissing fabricated case with extreme prejudice, fabricated case number, violation of my constitutional rights, abuse of judicial power, and violation of my human rights. Notice to Honorable Judge Garfunkel, Judge Fish, to dismiss the fabricated case based on retaliation from the employees of the state of Arizona in regards to my case against them, me being the petitioner appellant in my jurisdiction in the 9th District Court of Appeals, submitted for full review to all parties as proof of this fact. Therefore, I move this court to dismiss this fabricated case with extreme prejudice for cause for fraud and swindle. So this is where she's asking them to basically not press charges on her. But obviously that did not work. When people violate a rule, regulation, code, ordinance, or statute, they have not violated the law and have not committed a crime. Jesus Christ. Only individuals have rights, and artificial persons, such as corporations, can testify in a court of law. We have a God-given right to enumerated in the Fifth Amendment that guarantees those suspected of a crime, blah, blah, fucky, blah. Sui juris, jus soli, a living soul, woman, an ambassador of Jesus Christ, my Lord, a American state national beneficiary of the PCT-CQV trust, not trustee, a non-citizen, citizen, non-resident, non-person, non-representative, non-agent. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. That is word garbage. Like, that is 100% word garbage. This is strong sovereign shit. That's what this is. Arlena's been using some really, really strong sovereign shit. I don't think I've looked a whole lot into this. Like, at least read through her shit so much, because I knew there was just so many documents. Let's see. Argument. Premeditated retaliation. I do not consent to the terms and conditions of this unlawful contract. Note, a day after stay order was lifted, I was allowed to proceed with my appeals. I was indirected? proof of retaliation from the state of Arizona. Okay. Let's see what this is. What do we got here? Okay, this is right to a lawyer. This is all that good stuff. Unlawfully arrested on 7/12/19 without a warrant. Team random points at authorities. And levying. You know, I wonder if on my old scribd I have some of the documents I'm wondering about. Discuss pretrial matters, the court, blah, blah, blah. It is ordered affirming, blah, 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 blah. And we're actually almost all the way through the different documents. Filed a pro se petition for writ of habeas corpus on behalf of her child, JDZ, and paid the filing fee. Yeah, so I mean, but still, she was just filing shit left and right, just filing nonsense. Some super crazy nonsense, too. Failed to render the appropriate judgment of the habeas corpus. So this is her appealing them, the habeas corpus that failed. Had 30 days within issuing the writ of habeas corpus to appropriately reply and respond, and up to this point, to this present day, over 8 months later, the respondents have failed to produce a valid reason as to why they did not appropriately respond to my writ of habeas corpus on behalf of my son. The listed respondents not only had the audacity to interfere with my God-given rights to the upbringing of my beloved son, they also had the very gall to withhold the exculpatory. Why is she just capitalized random words? That is super weird. I wonder if there's like a pattern or like reasons why she's capitalizing randoms ones. Extreme and outrageous in character, and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency. Where I was thrown to the ground, a gun placed against the back of my head and told not to move or I would be shot. A jackbooted agent masquerading as an FBI agent placed his boot on my back and double handcuffs were attached along with leg restraints. The indictment openly proves the state of Arizona's retaliation against me and openly shows the police department admitting that letters from MCSO confirming there was no actual warrant for the unlawful arrest and took place in my home. The indictment also shows a warrant allegedly served a day after my release, documenting there were no actual warrants prior, blah, blah, blah. Pretty common sovereign misunderstanding of law claims. Unlawfully committed, detained my son via state. Has nothing special, blah, blah, blah. Autism spectrum. Pleading with respondents for over a year to come to me. Let's see. My care immediately. All I wanted was to confirm a doctor's opinion, and my son was unlawfully stripped from my care for it. My son and I have suffered severe emotional trauma, not to mention how my son went through mental torture. The doctors told my son on the autism spectrum they gave him a whole new colon instead of telling him the truth that they took out part of his colon. They took part of his colon to cover for their past misdiagnoses of my son. And Dr. Christie Ngibo or Ingibos, whatever. There is no ulcer. Review her misdiagnosis of Crohn's and colitis by stating it was pylori. Okay, but still, this isn't what I'm looking for either. There's one where there's at least one where she like really goes into detail of the caseworker and her husband saying they needed to go back to the hospital. That's the one that I really want to find. But you know, I don't know. Where are you? Let me look through the comments here. Melissa, if you're still watching, I don't know if you're still out there, but I think you've been following this and you're usually a little bit more up to speed and try and keep up with the different legal stuff. Melissa, if you're watching and you can hear this, do you by chance remember any of the documents where, and the one I'm thinking of is not typed out either. Like Arlena literally wrote out, like on paper, wrote out, like in detail, the social worker and shit. If by any chance you remember that, feel free to message me that at any point of time. It doesn't even have to be during this live, because I know like there's so many documents to go through when it comes to her that it's hard to find. But maybe at some point, or just if you happen off the top of your head to remember seeing that at some point. I just know that you're normally a little bit more interested in like the legal aspect of it and shit. So yeah, please feel free to shoot that over if that rings a bell at all. Because there's this one where she goes super into it. Establish emotional distress. Let's see, where is it? Maybe she did it in this. I don't think so, though. She used his discretion. Oh, Arlena, where did you do that? Notice to judge. Hi, Divine. Yeah, at 1 a.m. we're just sitting here reading sovereign documents. So over on YouTube, Divine Interloper. That's actually a good channel. They've been making sure that some of this shit doesn't go away, as some of this shit has been trying to go away since things have been getting a little bit more intense on a legal side of things. Man, I don't know if we'll find it here. We got one document left, and I don't think this will have it. Let's see. If not, then we'll just move on to probably Shara's video. Go ahead and get that shit out of the way. Yeah, I don't think this one has it. This is one where I was looking at Crystal's crazy shit at the end. Yeah, I, Crystal Nuttle, an ambassador of Christ Jesus, which I'm telling you, Crystal, I see you, Crystal. I see you. I for sure see you. I think you're a lot deeper in this whole sovereign little criminal enterprise thing than a lot of people may realize at the moment. As I was looking around and please think, oh shit, maybe we will read a little bit more of, maybe we'll go through Crystal's thing a bit. Telephonically present to hear his mom, blah, 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 blah. Want to testify that you need to take me to my mom now. His voice was desperate to be reunited with his loving mother, Arlena Willes. After hearing Admin Hoskins' arrogant statement of his authority over Arlena Willes and son Jonathan Zeke, and the desperate cries of Jonathan to have Admin Hoskins return him to his loving mother, Arlena, his cries were dismissed and denied. My blood was boiling with righteous indignation due to witnessing this icy cold, desensitized emotions of Admin Hoskin and DCS and AG's flatline, heartless reactions. As I was looking around in disbelief, Crystal, use real words. As I was looking around in unbelief, thinking this is Nazi Germany, I beheld... God, it's not... okay, you know what, whatever. looking at the bailiff and started snickering and laughing with the DCF's worker and appointed counsel for Jonathan Diane Theos, at which point I, Crystal Nuttle, couldn't contain myself and stood up and spoke out and pointed to everyone, saying they had no souls and conscience to think this was funny. I looked at Admin Hoskins and quoted what Jesus Christ said, that anyone that abuses children like you or this child, it is better that a millstone be hung around your necks and cast into the sea. 2 sheriff deputies did a beeline towards me and escorted me out of the courtroom. As I was being banished from the courtroom, I blurted out to everyone, if it was your child that PHC ripped out their guts, you wouldn't be silent either. I have been court watching Arizona CPS, DCS, and family court cases since 1999, and this is the worst case of the grossest miscarriage of justice I have ever witnessed. Crystal, you have been doing this shit for 20 years? Yeah, I see you. I see you, boo-boo. We're gonna look a little bit closer at you, Crystal. I promise that shit. I promise with this investigation, too, you're not going to be left out of it. You've been doing this kind of shit for even a year. I mean, with Arlena alone, you've been doing it since 2018. Your conviction, let's see, when was your conviction for helping take that child from CPS custody? Where is that, Crystal? July 26, 2013. So in 2013... you helped with a kidnapping from CPS, and then since 2018, you've been helping Arlena Willes file all this crazy sovereign shit. It was 2017 when you filed your sovereign, declaration of indictment. So over the years, if you've been doing all this fucking court watching and everything, exactly how many people have you gone to fall for this shit? That's what I'm curious about. And not to mention, David Straight claims Arlena. Fran and David kind of tried to use her, but I'm starting to think Crystal Nuttle may be closer with David Straight and maybe one of the ones feeding more of this stuff into Arlena's head, and then Fran and David are just trying to take the face value credit for it. Just off the top of my head. But this is some sick shit. I got you, Crystal. I got your crazy ass. But you know what? Let's go ahead and see what Crystal has to say. Here's Crystal Nuttle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and give her a little look. The person that's been most likely harvesting CPS victims for sovereigns for as long as 20 years, possibly.
Hey, my name, should I say my name?
You want?
Okay, I'm Crystal Nuttle, and I am an advocate for Arlena Willes. She was unlawfully arrested here today at
Which, by the way, this was a month ago.
this criminal court, the South Building, under Commissioner Morton, Wendy Morton's direction. She was coerced and forced into their jurisdiction. She wanted to stay at the bar, and the Judge Morton called an officer up to push her into their jurisdiction. So she wanted her own psychologist, and she said she would not go to theirs and that there was no court order. So the judge had her arrested.
Again, just because this is the court order. There was 100% a court order filed on November 20th, 2019. Arlena had until December 30th, 2019 to complete this court order. Crystal Nuttle is 100% lying in that claim. That's why she's been held without bond and all that, because she straight up disobeyed a court order. She had the allotted time. She did not do it. Crystal's 100% lying.
Rearrested, unlawfully. And we are beseeching you to call your representatives. Let's go to the legislatures. Let's put the remonstrance into each and every one to demand for Arlena Willes' release.
There's another word we're looking for, remonstrance. Remonstrance is something that John Gentry, Kirk Pendergrass, Chris Howlett, Fran, David Strait, all of them, they started using this remonstrance shit, which the remonstrance was actually brought back to life by John Gentry, who used to be on Kirk's Law Corner, but he's not in it anymore. I've explained it a few times, but we'll go over it again. The remonstrance is like a thing from the 1800s. John Gentry wants to, what he was basically going to use it for was to basically take down the Tennessee government, the bar, all of that. Super stupid. Like, John Gentry did a horrible job. He wrote this thing that just gave like random examples of things happening in Florida, nothing happening in Tennessee. It was a complete shit show of a document. I read as much of it as I could, but it was completely just garbage. So that's funny that she said remonstrance. And just the more I'm listening to Crystal, this woman's deeper involved in this shit than a lot of people realize. And by the way, I would like to point out that her Facebook friend, Stephen R. Isham, is the foreman of the great jury of the United States of America that signed her little sovereign document over her conviction on the custodial intervention. So I have a feeling Crystal, Global Postal Code, I have a feeling Crystal is the key to a lot of different sovereigns. I have a feeling Crystal is going to be my little doorway to a whole bunch of new friends. And so that will be super fun. And all of the little sovereign friends that get mad about it, you can thank Crystal. Good old Crystal Nuttle.
This is criminal, and
It is criminal.
this is not America. We are in America, but this is...
Oh, what happened there?
Hey, my name is Shara Bar, and the Judge Morton called an officer up to push her into their jurisdiction. So she wanted her own psychologist, and she said she would not go to theirs and that there was no court order. So the judge had her rearrested unlawfully. And we are beseeching you to call your representatives. Let's go to the legislatures. Let's put the remonstrance into each and every one to demand for Arlena Willes' release. This is criminal, and this is not America. We are in America, but this is not the way of the American way of justice. This is injustice, this is diabolical, and God is angry. And I even told the judge before I left, in the name of Jesus, judgment will visit you, because Arlena is a fit and wonderful mother. So we are beseeching you here today to come to Arlena's aid, be a voice, cry it out on the rooftops, and demand her release, because it's a non-victimless, non-violent crime. She didn't even break any laws. So we're beseeching you to call your legislatures, your 2 representatives, and your senators for the release of Arlena Willes today, ASAP. She was arrested with no bond. So I'm disturbed here. So if I sound disturbed, well, I am. So thank you for coming to the aid and the rescue of Arlena Willes. She's a wonderful mother. They have no substantial evidence that she's unfit mother. She's being charged with a felony 2, which is an attempted murder charge on her son. And that's just absurd. That's over the top diabolical. So please, 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 I'm beseeching you. We're beseeching you to call your representatives to demand the release of Arlena Willes. And the legislatures, it's not common knowledge, but they have the ability and the power to demand her release. So we thank you today at this crime scene, the criminal court. So I'm gonna just end it right here, that another violation of the judge, that they're the actual criminals. has arrested Arlena Willes today on January 7th. So please, please be an advocate, be her voice, be her son's voice. This is criminal, what they've done to an innocent mother. So we thank you, all of us here that's here with Arlena today, that you will come up to the plate and speak out for this precious mother. Thank you.
And please share widely.
Yes, please share and make this viral. Yes, if you can, everybody that is in the sound of our voice, please make it viral. Thank you. I'm shaken up here today, so.
Okay, so here's the thing with sovereign beliefs. Sovereign, in the early to mid 2000s, sovereigns took a different direction, and they started to be more internet based, and they were almost always directly linked to some sort of scam. The promise of fixing your bankruptcy, the promise of getting rid of your legal charges, the promise of getting your children back from CPS. And if you donate, if you do this, there's always a financial tie back. And one thing I would like to point out is that Crystal Nuttle recently started a $40,000 GoFundMe for Arlena. So far, they've raised almost $1,000 of the $40,000 GoFundMe, which I would go ahead and say TikTok on that GoFundMe, because Crystal, I fucking promise you I will get that taken down. And it's long too. Advocates for Arlena are working to retain a constitutional criminal lawyer that will need a $30,000 retainer fee. This is their sovereign scam shit. Crystal's probably friends with that little constitutional criminal lawyer. And remind you this too. This is super fun with Arlena. Arlena already has a $15,000 GoFundMe where she's raised almost $4,000, and that's for her attorney fees. But Arlena doesn't want an attorney. She's been representing herself the whole time. So it's kind of odd that she already has this one that's raised almost $4,000. Fuck it, let's read what this one says. This was created back in September 2018. Arlena Willes' son, Jonathan, was medically kidnapped from her through Phoenix Children's Hospital. They wanted to perform invasive and unwarranted treatments on him, and when she questioned them, they had her escorted from the hospital and called CPS. She had only gone there out of concern for some blood in his stool, and the first doctor had only suggested that there was inflammation that should be treated with steroids. She sought a second opinion at Phoenix Children's Hospital, and they admitted him. They left out a big part of the story there. They left out a whole big old part of her leaving the hospital without it and all this other shit. But whatever. And then advised her that they were going to put a pick that would go close to his heart that would help him to eat when he had no problems eating. This was a procedure the hospital would make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of. That's not true at all. Like, that's not true. And when she questioned it, her parental rights were taken by child services. That's not true either. She was screaming in the hospital all day, and then she actually ripped the PICC line out of her autistic child. Arlena has not seen or been allowed to have any contact with her son, and learned a few days ago that now Phoenix Children's Hospital, with permission of CPS, plans to remove Jonathan's colon on October 2nd. That's also not true. Arlena is trying to get another doctor to the hospital to do an exam on Jonathan and to give a second opinion, but the public attorney, the court appointed her, is doing nothing at all to help her and will not file any motions to try and stay the procedure, so a second opinion can be obtained. I've been in contact with several attorneys in the Phoenix area that have that handle medical kidnapping. They all want $10,000 to $15,000 retainers due to the nature of the case and going up against a very powerful and corrupt system. We were able to raise $1,200 for her already. And we are grateful to those who have donated already, but we are nowhere near what we need to get her proper legal counsel. Without it, she and her son do not stand a chance. This is a monstrous system she is up against, and if we as parents do not help do what we can to stop this, it is only a matter of time before they end up on all of our doorsteps. Please pray for Arlena and for Jonathan if you can help her financially with anything so she can get proper legal representation. Yahweh will bless you for it. Thank you. So that's fun. So she already raised $1,200. She then raised another $4,000, and then now Crystal Nuttle has a $40,000 GoFundMe for her that has raised $1,000. And the whole time, Arlena has been saying she wants to represent herself and she doesn't trust any attorneys and has this court-appointed attorney. So, riddle me that, Batman. What the shit? Why is there this many different fundraisers when the woman isn't even using a fucking attorney? Oh, Crystal. Naughty, naughty Crystal. Ooh, Crystal. I tell you what. I'm about to move into your ass, Crystal. Your farts are going to have to step around me. This is not going to be fun for you. I don't think either one of us are going to enjoy it. I promise you, Crystal. This shit, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This is not acceptable behavior, Crystal. We're not going to accept this behavior. February 10th, 2020, Arlena has high expectations of being released for their high-profile eyes on her case. For the first time of being unlawfully incarcerated and losing 20 pounds due to food service. But that's another thing. We'll see that in Shara's video. They say that Arlena weighed around 105 pounds. They're saying that she's lost 20 pounds because she doesn't like the jail food. And so they're claiming that Arlena weighs like 80 pounds right now. 85 pounds. There's no evidence to this whatsoever. Shara is just being fed bullshit fucking updates by Crystal, the woman that has a $40,000 fucking GoFundMe that doesn't even believe in the law, but she has it for a lawyer for the law. Oh my God, this shit's just frustrating. For the first time being unlawfully incarcerated and losing 20 pounds due to the food they serve has made her very ill. I heard her contagious laughter today. It made my heart sing. Arlena is extremely grateful for all the prayers and donations that are so mightily impacting her health, freedom, vindication, and restoration with her beloved son, Jonathan. She thanks you all from the bottom of her heart. Stay tuned for updates. Which, by the way, I just remembered Shara in her video said that her advocate had sent her $70. So that means quite possibly Crystal has sent Arlena $70 of the $1,000 she raised. And I'm not even sure what happened with that other $4,000. And then here's another update on it. Yesterday, February 4th, was a day of great heartbreak for Arlena. Was ordered by Wendy Morton. Is she trying to call her commander? Wendy Morton to remain in jail. Public defender Laura Anderson told Arlena that she will rot in jail until she submits and takes the 2 psyche vows. The public needs to understand that she is resisting this fate due to the great possibility that she would be lied about again and sent to an asylum for God knows how long, given shock treatments and constantly dope her up, etc. She has every reason to believe this for Arizona CPS, DCS, PCH, Arizona AGs, AZ District Attorney, judges, attorneys, and law enforcement is working and desire her to be in prison for 24 years due to her bogus 2 charges of intent abuse. Felony 2 charges of intent abuse. Jesus Christ, this woman can't even write the fucking laws correct, like the charges. It's child abuse. It's felony 2 child abuse with intent. how can you and Shara not get this shit correct? It's that simple. It's like 3 fucking words. This is intent to murder level, and that's not true either. They keep on saying that this is equal to assisted murder or attempted murder. It's not at all. They're full of shit. These corrupt so-called human beings do not want her to go before a jury or her peers, for Arlena has massive evidence against PCH and AZDCS to give her a not guilty verdict and possibly send many of these so-called people to prison. That's not true. That is not true at all. Like, not even beginning to be true. Arlena is not putting anybody in prison. Guilty verdict and possibly send blah blah blah. Life in jail has definitely taken a heavy toll on her physical state, and she is so tiny and thin, but her mental state is clear and sharp. She has the fight of a warrior spirit that remains unbroken within her to hold her to the end of the battle with victory. Arlena is a fit and loving mother that deserves her freedom and beloved son to be returned to her safe and loving care. Your donations, no matter how small, will be of great impact for her health, freedom, and vindication, and greatly appreciated by Arlena and those who love her. This is fucking ridiculous. Man, this is just fucking ridiculous. Yeah, see, this is back to earlier, because Shara is another one that always says it on my donations. Here's the difference. Like, my donations are because of time and cost and all this shit. And again, this is still free for everybody. I don't have a $40,000 fucking GoFundMe up for not even for, notice they don't even say the attorney. They don't even say the attorney. They describe it as a constitutional criminal lawyer. So I'll bet you fucking money the attorney that they're even talking about, if there is one, it's probably one of Crystal's friends, and it's probably one of their sovereign... Oh, man. Yeah, I bet... You know, I wonder if Crystal has... Oh! Shara Michelle donated 100. Good job, Shara. Go forward with the flow as God steers the boat. Your faith in the captain. One day, one step at a time. Go to a strong place and get home. And then Crystal donated 100, which that's normally pretty common with some of these scams. They throw money in on themselves so that it looks like they're helping too, when in reality they know other people are going to donate and they just pull their own money back out. Because let's realize one thing for sure. Arlena's not the one taking this money out. She's not in charge of it. This is Crystal. But Shara, $100. $100. You little sovereign lover, you. You little sovereign lover. I wonder if Crystal has any other campaigns under her name. I feel like Crystal probably has a few other names she goes by. Haley Tuttle, no. Okay. I feel like Crystal Nuttle is not her only name, which we'll start looking a little bit more towards the lovely Miss Nuttle. If there are secrets, we will find them. Shara, you still out there? You still out there? You little sovereign lover you. Which, by the way, Shara Michelle, the thing that we're about to watch, this is another weird part of this. So Shara claims to be a journalist, and we've talked about her before. She's not. I mean, that's simple. I am 100% all for independent journalists. Obviously, I am all for independent journalists. In fact, I'm even getting ready to start looking for more writers and shit. Which, by the way, if anybody's interested in writing or video and shit too, whatever, I want to open Discuss up to more people. I just taking care of grandma and everything. For those that don't know, like, I take care of my grandmother that's on hospice. She's at end of life. So it's been hard to really focus on everything while taking care of grandma. I got a place with her so that she didn't have to go through end of life in the nursing home and all that good stuff. So that's another reason why also I'm a little behind on stuff. It's hard to like do the articles, do videos. I also do these lives. I edit and I do all that shit on my own. So you're talking about, you know, typing and putting together these articles, doing the research, doing these lives, doing separate videos and funding those videos and just controlling all that. So I'm definitely at a point where I could use some help. But so yeah, I definitely support independent journalists, 100%. I always loved independent journalists more than any kind of mainstream shit. Shara is not an independent journalist, though. She is a woman with a Facebook profile who attaches herself to CPS cases and in reality is doing the same thing as these other frauds. Her only difference is that she's doing it to try and self-promote herself. That seems to be her goal because she's not asking for any sort of money or anything for her services. She just shares her stuff. She wants Facebook fame. She's then does weird shit like after attaching herself to a case, she starts saying that she writes songs about him because she's also a musician that has like 33 subscribers on YouTube, and so now she's writing songs for her YouTube or for CPS to bring attention. Whatever, you know, it's crazy shit. Gray Moon. I would suggest if you wanted to help out on the website, which you and tell your friends too. Sorry, we'll go ahead and do this again real quick. Through the website, I do have like Google AdSense set up, and so that pays per 1,000 views. You get anywhere from, I think at highest right now it's like $2.50 per 1,000 views, which I'm completely fine with negotiating that out to where you keep the majority, if not all, depending on how much you help from the shit that you bring in through Google AdSense. The best way to do that, I do have since Gray, you're on YouTube, people that are on YouTube and people that are on Facebook, but people on YouTube, you can click on that Facebook link in the description and message this page, and I'll keep a lookout for it. And then obviously people that are on Facebook, if you're curious about doing some stuff and doing more than Facebook posts, basically, you want an actual website, a place to actually talk and you actually know how to write and whatnot. Yeah, just message this page. That'd probably be the best way. That or even here I can throw. I also just threw my email in the I just threw my email in the comments as well. But yeah, you can totally Gray, you can totally click on the Facebook link in the description. And if you can't find that, Miko Hayes, MEKOHAZE, that's my personal account too, my main personal account, so feel free to add that personal account. That goes for any of you guys that are watching or anything. All you guys are my new friends, so if you want to add that account, feel free to, 100%, and you can message through there. So, back to this little monstrosity of a person. Yeah, well, Paige, you're lying. Yes, you do. Actually, Melissa needs to start writing. If she doesn't want one of these, which I got 2 of these. Melissa should start writing. You can see in the comments that Melissa should start writing. She writes like really long, intelligent comments. I think I've messaged her before and told her to write. I think she shot me down for now, but at some point. Karen, yes. Anybody can see Nuttle's stuff. I'm not friends with her at all. I'm surprised she hasn't blocked me, but from what I can tell, I don't know if she does block people. So yeah, you can go over there and see Nuttle's shit. Shara though, so Shara claims that she is the Freedom Public Press. The freedom public press does not exist. Like, we've gone over this multiple times. Shara claims that Facebook is her outlet. Her Facebook profile is her outlet, which that's all good and fine. You know, like, you want to go live stream stuff through your Facebook, do it. Go for it. The problem is that Shara has no understanding of how media works, of how law works. She still, after 2 years of doing this, does not understand how CPS funding works. She doesn't understand the most basic of laws. So the problem is, she goes around and she hunts and waits for these CPS cases that she thinks is going to bring her attention, and she latches herself onto it. And with Susie and Peter Theodoro, they're off of social media now because of their ridiculous behavior that Shara was encouraging. She was one of the people saying, they're so smart. What they're doing is very smart, and they're highly intelligent. They're beautiful parents. They're very beautiful parents. And they're off social media now. That's not the first one. She also encouraged Lee Kenworthy forever. Lee Kenworthy is currently a homeless fugitive from the law in Florida. Even now, she won't denounce him. He's stolen money from a pregnant woman. He's destroyed houses, like, on fucking social media, destroyed houses, had to be evicted, had to have cops get him evicted, was on Facebook Lives calling and harassing media outlets, people, police stations, the FBI he called on Facebook Live. So just harassing people nonstop. He ended up being arrested for all this harassment shit, him and his little friend Samantha Brown. They violated the terms of their release, and they went to Florida. Sam got arrested again. Lee stayed homeless and a wanted fugitive in Florida. And Shara still to this day is completely okay with that, will not denounce him, still says how intelligent of a man he is, when in reality Lee Kenworthy is a fucking psychopath who has maybe 5 steps above Shara's understanding of the law and about the same grammar level. He can't form good sentences. He can't do anything. It's ridiculous. Shara's now attached herself to this Arlena Willes situation. And just like with Susie Theodoro, she's making calls and whatnot. She keeps on calling and harassing the Arizona jail. And Linda, that's true too. Over this Arlena thing, just recently she has posted on Lee's little dumbass sovereign group, which actually, yeah. Shara also claims that she has absolutely nothing to do with sovereigns, but then she's completely surrounded by sovereigns. Did I get blocked from that group on this account? She's completely surrounded herself with sovereigns. And she even, like, federal postal judge Mitch Smith, he's in this group. There's Mitch right there. There's Mitch, which poor Mitch, we were talking about this the other day. He's facing 3 years. Oh, and look at that. There's Shara Michelle. Shara Michelle, who is still defending a woman that's been practicing sovereign law in her own court case since 2018, along with her convicted friend who helped kidnap a child from CPS and has been practicing sovereign and pushing sovereign ideals on people while collecting money from them, at least in Arlena Willes' situation. Shara defends her. And then here's Shara in a group of sovereigns, just sharing her video for whoever the fuck will watch it. So that's one thing with Shara. That's why I'm pretty sure that we're correct that what she's doing is completely for any kind of attention she can get, because she has a failed music career that's gone nowhere, a failed journalism career that has gone nowhere because it's not even a career. Again, her media outlet does not exist. And yes, Mitch was convicted, but Mitch is not sentenced yet. But Mitch did say that he is facing up to 3 years in prison. So yeah, Mitch Smith has been convicted. Apparently his quantum language, quantum grammar, whatever the shit it is, apparently it did not work. Big surprise. So he is convicted. He is looking at 3 years in jail. So Miss Shara here, though, another problem with her just her ignorance of how things work in general, including even the prison system. I mean, this chick is talking about breaking news being prison reform, like the fact that prisoners have shitty conditions, something that it's literally been protested against and an issue since the early 1900s. Like, this is not, oh my God, what? Prisons are in poor condition? This isn't fucking news. But this idiot keeps on calling the jail that Arlena's in and calling all these other people. As much as people may not want to admit it, one thing you don't want to do is harass the jail that someone you love is in. Like, that is just a bad idea. Jails normally are not great places, and our prison system is a fucking disaster in America. Between the inclusion of these privatized prisons and just the prisons in general, it's a fucking disaster. It's corrupt. And again, like one I always point to right now is like Parchment in Mississippi. Mississippi is a fucking nightmare. And multiple jails in the Mississippi system right now, the reason why the lawsuit from JC and Yo Gotti, that they paid for the attorneys through Rock Nation, the main reason for that all started because guards were popping the locks for other inmates to go in and stab people and killed them. So when they were supposed to be on lockdown, these guards were popping locks and letting fucking inmates into other people's cells. So Shara is calling constantly about the conditions that Arlena's having to stay in. Her and Crystal claim that the food is so bad it makes Arlena sick, and that she's lost 20 pounds. Remind you, from 100 or 105 pounds down 20 pounds. So they're saying that this full-grown adult is 80 pounds right now, which is a little hard to believe. And of course, they don't have any evidence of it. They're just saying that. But this phone call also tells a lot. Not only does it tell a lot about just the pure ignorance and lack of understanding that Shara has, it also shows that this claim that Arlena is sick does not sound correct. It sounds like Arlena doesn't like the food, and so she's protesting eating it. And then she's calling the medics. So one of their complaints has been that she's not getting her food or her money for her food because it's going towards her medical costs. In prison, you're going to have a copay. So the way that copay works out was explained even on this call, is that if it's not like a repeat medical condition, like a medical condition where you are going to have to see them repeatedly, if you're not, basically, if you're calling for medics and you're not sick, like you just keep on wasting their time because, you know, you scraped your leg and now you need a medic, and oh, my tummy hurts and I need medic, and you're just doing that over and over again, you have to pay a copay. That copay doesn't exist if it is like an actual medical condition that they're treating. This idea is something that Shara and Crystal cannot get their heads around, and they think it's not fair that they're not giving Arlena her money, and instead they're taking her money to pay for her medical costs, which is understandable. She's wasting the prison's time. She's wasting the medic's time because she just doesn't want to eat the food. And Shara somehow claims that the food that she's going to be able to buy from the prison, which is going to be like ramen noodles and honey buns and shit, is going to fix her, and she's going to be totally better once she can get all that. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. And then there's Shara finding out they only get 2 meals a day, and they finding out that the conditions of a prison. And at one point in this phone call, she even asks about building a better facility. To a random person on the phone, this fucking moron is basically asking, can we build a new prison because Arlena doesn't like the prison she's in? Like the pure ignorance of this. But the problem is that you call and you harass these fucking guards, you harass these fucking employees, because this woman said that she was going to talk to Arlena directly after Shara's call this time. This isn't Shara's first call, and this isn't the first time that we've pointed out. This is going to get Arlena in trouble. Whether it's on the paper or under the radar, no matter how it is, at some point, these fucking idiots are going to piss these guards off. And remind you, Arlena's in there for child abuse with intent on an autistic teenager. If the other inmates find out that she is in there for intent or child abuse with intent against an autistic teenager, those inmates will beat her into fucking autism herself. Now, right now, it doesn't sound like they probably know that. But if they keep on pissing off these guards, they keep on calling about this frivolous fucking bullshit, those guards are going to let some of those inmates find out. I guarantee it. And I guarantee they're going to turn a blind eye when they go in there and they monkey stomp Arlena into permanent brain damage. This is one of the stupidest things that they could be doing by calling the jail over and over, and especially with such trivial, ridiculous shit. Because, I mean, honestly, this phone call we're about to hear it's ridiculous. I mean, the only good thing about it was she didn't try and claim that she was a journalist during it. Aside from that, it is just moronic. I hope Arlena doesn't face retaliation from this shit. But I'm telling you, the fact of the matter is you can't do this. Like, you can't just sit there. That's not how this works. And the thing is, I don't know if Shara has actually just been that blinded and just protected from the real world her whole life. I mean, it's really like this human being does not understand how prison works on any level. I'm not sure that she's ever known anybody to be in prison. You're also talking about the Arizona prisons. These are not the best prisons. Arizona's got some pretty fucking rough prisons. They've got some pretty rough gangs all around. They've got some pretty rough areas. Arizona don't really fuck around. So that's definitely not the sort of prison you want to know. You want people knowing that you're a child abuser. And that's the thing too. Regardless of Shara thinking Arlena's innocent, or regardless of her even being innocent, as of right now, convicted or not, she is in there for child abuse with intent against an autistic teenager. So again, if those other inmates find out Arlena is in there for child abuse, felony 2 with intent against an autistic teenager, Arlena's in for some pretty big fucking problems. That's plain and simple. That is how the real world works. That is how prison works. Some of the meanest motherfuckers in prison do not appreciate child abusers. It's plain and simple. They don't appreciate it. It is an activity that is frowned upon, even by the worst of our society. The guy that is in jail for slitting 3 people's throats will straight up say that you're disgusting for touching a child and slit your throat. So it's this sort of stupid shit where I see Shara as a growing problem. A very big growing problem. Even without her asking for any money or anything like that, she's using these situations to try and give herself fame, and she's risking this shit. With the Theodoros, she called the hospital asking about a baby in state custody, claiming she was from a media outlet that does not exist without the family's permission. Like, that's crazy shit. That can help add problems to a situation. Because you know what? That hospital is going to turn around and tell CPS that. Plain and simple. That's how that works. It's not like the hospital people are just like, oh, well, that was a great interview with that lady. No, they're going to fucking turn that over to the people they need to, and they're going to go check out who the fuck you are and if you're lying or not. What the fuck you're wanting to do with that information, how many followers you got, do they need to take you to court, all that shit. But this is really getting to be a new level of stupid when it comes to the Arlena situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this video, and I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to smoke real quick because this live's been going for a minute. So I'm going to pee and smoke real quick, but I'll start this video and I'll be right back, and we'll go through this video and then we will end this shit for the night.
Anybody's coming on? Anybody who is coming on, let me know if you can see me and hear me. I don't see anything happening yet. There we go. Okay. Freedom Public Press, we're waiting for some people to come on to our live here. We don't have a really great light here either. Obviously, I didn't go shopping yet for my lamps, but I'm doing this in my office actually tonight. And we have someone very special that's watching. Well, a few very special people watching tonight, very special. And one of them is Brookie. Brookie, all my love, I hope you're on. Waiting for you to come on, actually. Okay, let me just see. Can I... let's see if we can tag some people. There we go. Just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. I'll explain to you everything that's going on. And we will get started. I have to talk a little gentle tonight because I'm having a bit of a hard time breathing. There we go. Tonight's an important night. We have Arlena's mother watching tonight, and we have a little bit of a statement from her that I will air in a little while. Her mother is absolutely darling. Her mother's a sweetheart. Absolutely adorable. Okay, guys, I just wanted to get a couple tags in here, and we will get started. We're almost finished, sorry. Okay, that's good enough. Okay. Now, when I'm just... That's okay, that's okay. 1 second. Okay. So everybody can hear me, right? Can you hear me in there, Keith? Can you hear me well? Can you hear me? Let's see. Hello. Oh, there she is, Brookie. So happy to see you. I'm happy you're here. So happy you're here. This is very important, everybody. So, okay, great. All right, don't talk anymore. Okay, I wasn't going to go live, but the situation with Arlena is becoming very, very serious in the jail, where she is losing more weight and she is not getting the food that she needs. And this is, to me, this is basically an urgent situation. When she's asking the jail what's left on her books to pay off her medical, they're not telling her. And she's literally telling people she's feels like she's starving. And to me, this is not okay. The first thing I want to air tonight, I'm not as talkative tonight because I'm having a bit of a problem. So with my breathing, but I'm going to do this because I had to do this for Arlena. I spoke with a woman out of the sheriff's office, and her name is Lisa Magia. That's how you pronounce her name. And she's an investigator in in the Professional Standards Bureau in the sheriff's office. And it would be Sheriff Paul Penzone. And this is about the story, the Arlena Willes story out of Arizona. Everybody's aware of it. Some people that are brand new aren't aware of it. I'm going to air my conversation with her. It's probably about a half an hour long, but it's really important that everybody hears this conversation. So we're going to do that first, and I'm going to talk to you when it's done. So I'm going to go set that up right now. And just bear with me a minute, guys, okay? I'm going to set up the recording here. Excuse me. Hey, puppy. You guys might hear a little doggy running around over here. Okay. All right. Let me just get this set up. Okay, everybody. This will be Lisa calling me from the sheriff's office. And there's one more call that was supposed to come in this evening, which has not come in yet, and it may. And this is becoming a very urgent situation with a woman who's in a jail who is being withheld her food that she needs to survive. She's losing rapid amounts of weight, dehydrated all the time, and begging people to help her because she has no way to eat. She's sick on the food. So if people don't start listening, I'm going to be calling mainstream tomorrow and Monday to get help, because this is not humane and it's not acceptable. And her mother is here, and her mother is very concerned, and you will hear that later. And her mother knows her baby and knows that her baby's losing too much weight. So here we go. We're going to show you this conversation with the investigator about my concern. Hello.
Hi, my name is Lisa Mejia. I'm an investigator with the Professional Standards Bureau at the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I was looking for Miss Wolf.
Yes, this is her speaking.
Hi. I received information that you had some concerns about one of the inmates that we have in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it's Wiles, or I'm not sure if it's Wiles or Willis.
Miss Willes, yes.
Arlena. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I just wanted to touch base with you about the concerns that you have.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it to you because I really was given kind of vague information. I was just told that you had concerns about her, and I believe it was about medical care, but I'm not certain.
Yes, it was actually concerned for a couple of things. Medical care is one of them. The other thing is, well, we know she was dehydrated and not doing well, and was having problems with the food making her sick. And so some of us started sending her money for her books so that she could purchase some food that she could eat. And then we found out that the jail was taking that off her books completely, taking it all from her, and she still couldn't buy the food she needed.
Oh, okay. What do you mean by taking it?
They were taking it from her account. The money that people were sending in. For example, her advocate sent her $70 the last, before the Tuesday that she had to order her food, and the entire amount was taken.
Do you know what that was taken for?
Medical. And the reason why she's going to medical is because she has been dehydrated and sick because the food that they're feeding her it's making her sick for some reason. So.
Okay.
And then when see, I don't understand that part. See, to me, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to explain that it's not actually the sheriff's office removing that money. It's actually the correctional health services.
Okay.
That is taking that money out for copays.
So,
anytime there's a copay or a visit to medical that the inmate initiates, or prescriptions prescribed, anything like that, they do take out copays. If an inmate does not have money on their book, that money does, or the charges still go into that, and then when money does get put on, it does get removed, and that is the policy that the inmates are aware.
Right, but they're taking the full amount, just not a percentage.
Okay.
So, for
you're saying
example,
that $70 was sent in.
yes,
All of it was removed.
yes, and she didn't have anything that she could buy food with.
Okay. And is this what the inmate told you?
It's what the inmate told someone. Yes,
Okay.
because she was asking for people to help. I guess the person that she spoke to, and my concern is, okay, if inmates are sick and they seek medical, yet they're very, very limited on how they can survive in jail. Obviously, they can't work, they can't make a living. So they have very limited funds that come in from supporters, friends, or family that send them money to survive, and get proper food or some kind of food that they can eat, and toothpaste and things like that. If the jail is, if the person is sick and the jail is taking their money for off the books for medical, and they have health problems, doesn't that make an inmate suppress their health concerns in order to be able to have the money they need for their toothpaste and for their food items and things that can keep them emotionally feeling okay under those conditions? I mean, isn't that kind of inhumane?
You can already tell where this call is going, and this is what I'm talking about with just wasting people's time and just pissing off the staff of the fucking prison.
I wouldn't say it's inhumane. No.
How?
There are charges that they're responsible for
Right.
while they're in custody, and medical that is basically the only charges that are taken out of inmate accounts is for medical services.
What if they have
So
a
there's no
serious?
other-
You don't think it's inhumane that the medical comes off the top and then they don't have the money they need for the food and survival that they need for themselves?
And just before she even answers, Shara, that's opinion. You're asking an employee's opinion. What are you doing? Like, for the love of God.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by survival.
Survival means if somebody's getting sick from food that they're being fed and they're getting dehydrated and losing weight on that food, that means they have a survival problem, right?
Oh, that would sound like a medical issue as well if they're getting sick on the food that is being served, because the same thing is being served to everyone throughout all the jail facilities. So that would be a medical issue that would need to be addressed, I would think.
Are you?
I'm not a medical provider.
Yes, but now you're saying it again. Here we go back in the same circle. So then they address the medical issue, and then their money's taken from them. So then they can't buy the food because they address their medical issue. See, in my opinion.
And Brittany, I saw your question a minute ago. I just looked that up. There's actually 5 jails in Maricopa County. And in Arizona, as of December 2015, Arizona Department of Corrections as a whole, and that's 10 prisons total. So in Arizona, there's a total of 10 prisons. 5 of those prisons are in Maricopa County. And as of December 2015, there is 42,643 imprisoned inmates. So if let's just go by the books, and let's just say since 5 of the 10 prisons are in Maricopa County, 42,000, let's just split it in half and say around 20,000 inmates are in Maricopa County. Shara is wasting this woman's time saying one inmate is getting sick from this food. The other 20,000 people have been living in those conditions for God knows how long, but Arlena Willes is sick. There's a problem. I mean, just simple, no, there's not any sort of data research, science, anything. That percentage does not work. I mean, let's say 20,000, again, these numbers can be off, but then let's divide those 20,000 amongst the 5 prisons in Maricopa County, which everybody knows basic math, except maybe Shara. well, we're still just going to split it just straight down instead of looking into all the specific numbers, but that would say roughly 44,000 people are in the prison Arlena is in. And that could be higher or lower depending on the size of that prison. But it's definitely not 50 people that are in that prison with her. It's going to be a number with a comma. So Arlena is the one person out of all those inmates that cannot live off of that food. That's a problem. This is where you are wasting an employee's time that could make life a lot worse for Arlena, and will if you keep on harassing him like this. I promise that's the reality of the situation. I know Shara is not a super big fan of reality, but that's what that is.
This is causing a problem where the inmates have to suppress their health conditions and their health concerns in order to have their money to buy their toothpaste and to buy their food that they need.
Okay, well, we do provide toothpaste. If they do not have any money on their book, that is something that's readily available.
Oh, what happened there? Oh no, do we gotta start back over? Son of a bitch. I don't know what happened there, but we'll skip forward.
Spoke with a woman out of the Shara.
Or prescriptions prescribed, anything like that. They do take out co-pays. If an inmate does not have money on their
Okay, so we actually will skip a little bit back.
or prescriptions prescribed.
The food she needed.
Oh, okay. What do you mean by taking it?
They were taking it from her account. The money that people were sending in. For example, her advocate sent her $70 the last, before the Tuesday that she had to order her food, and the entire amount was taken.
Do you know what that was taken for?
Medical. And the reason why she's going to medical is because she has been dehydrated and sick because the food that they're feeding her it's making her sick for some reason. So.
Okay.
And then when see, I don't understand that part. See, to me, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to explain that it's not actually the sheriff's office removing that money. It's actually the Correctional Health Services.
Okay.
That is taking that money out for co-pays.
So,
anytime there's a co-pay or a visit to medical that the inmate initiates, or prescriptions prescribed, anything like that, they do take out co-pays. If an inmate does not have money on their book, that money does, or the charges still go into that, and then when money does get put on, it does get removed, and that is the policy that the inmates are aware.
Right, but they're taking the full amount, just not a percentage.
Okay.
So for example,
$70 was sent in.
Yes.
All of it was removed.
Yes, and she didn't have anything that she could buy food with.
Okay, and is this what the inmate told you?
It's what the inmate told someone. Yes.
Okay.
Because she was asking for.
So in other words, that's what Arlena told Crystal, and then Crystal told Shara. Brilliant.
People to help, I guess, the person that she spoke to. And my concern is, okay, if inmates are sick and they seek medical, yet they're very, very limited on how they can survive in jail. Obviously, they can't work, they can't make a living. So they have very limited funds that come in from supporters, friends, or family that send them money to survive, and get proper food or some kind of food that they can eat, and toothpaste and things like that. If the jail is, if the person is sick and the jail is taking their money for off the books for medical, and they have health problems, doesn't that make an inmate suppress their health concerns in order to be able to have the money they need for their toothpaste and for their food items and things that can keep them emotionally feeling okay under those conditions. I mean, isn't that kind of inhumane?
I wouldn't say it's inhumane. No.
How?
There are, charges that they're responsible for
Right.
while they're in custody, and medical. That is basically the only charges that are taken out of inmate accounts is for medical services.
What if they have
So
a
there's
serious?
no other.
You don't think it's inhumane that the medical comes off the top and then they don't have the money they need for the food and survival that they need for themselves?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by survival.
Survival means if somebody's getting sick from food that they're being fed and they're getting dehydrated and losing weight on that food, that means they have a survival problem, right?
Oh, that would sound like a medical issue as well if they're getting sick on the food that is being served, because the same thing is being served to everyone throughout all the jail facilities. So that would be a medical issue that would need to be addressed, I would think.
Now that's important too, because that goes back to our breakdown earlier. She just said that the same food is being served through all the jail facilities. So once again, if we split it down to that 5 and 5, 10 jails in Arizona, 5 in Maricopa County, 42,000 inmates, which that's probably gone up since 2015. I can guarantee you it didn't go down. That's probably gone up. I would say easily probably over 60,000 at this point. But with them all getting the same food, I think it's pretty safe estimate to say around 20,000 people are eating the same thing that Arlena is, and they're not going to medical 3 times a day, whatever Arlena's doing. So that right there is a big problem with this whole Arlena's dying from the food that she's being given. Not true.
Are you?
I'm not a medical provider.
Yes, but now you're saying it again. Here we go back in the same circle. So then they address the medical issue, and then their money's taken from them. So then they can't buy the food because they address their medical issue. See, in my opinion, this is causing a problem where the inmates have to suppress their health conditions and their health concerns in order to have their money to buy their toothpaste and to buy their food that they need.
Okay, well, we do provide toothpaste. If they do not have any money on their book, that is something that's readily available to them, a toothbrush, toothpaste, basic hygiene.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good to know.
Okay. Yeah, no, we would not let them, we would not make, they're human beings. I mean, we understand this.
Right.
They're unsentenced, the majority of the inmates within our facilities. And, those basic items are things that are provided.
Right.
She'll get her ass beat and honey buns stolen anyway. Back to medical with you, boom.
Things that are available in the canteen are a lot of, it's not like life-sustaining food. There's a lot of junk food, candies. There's obviously things that they can buy to keep themselves busy, cards, things of that nature.
So the food they can buy is only...
There are some things like tuna. I think there's peanut butter.
Well, there you go.
There are a few things like that. Yeah.
Yes. Wasn't there some kind of noodles or something? I don't know if inmates can cook there at all. I know in some jails inmates can cook and make noodles and things. And
there's something along that line, but no, they can't cook.
Okay, and can they buy bread and things like that with their? I mean, do they have bread and things like that they can buy to make sandwiches, like peanut butter sandwiches and things like that?
That basically what you just described is what they get for their lunch each day. The brunch meal, the first meal of the day.
How many meals do they get a day?
2.
2. I also heard of a story out there where there was a young man, very young man, who was in that jail about 2 years ago, and he was a diabetic patient, and he was only being permitted to have his insulin once a day, so he couldn't eat his second meal because if he didn't get his insulin after that second meal, he could die because he's a diabetic. He needs to have that shot. But the jail was only allowing him to have that insulin shot once a day.
Okay, well, let me stop you right there because the jail has nothing to do with medical care and inmates. That's completely out of our control and hands, and is handled by the Correctional Health Services.
Okay.
And I can get you that contact information. But
yes, ma'am. And so
we are there for to take care of the inmates while they're in jail.
Right.
Or until the judge sees fit to release them in their case or
Right.
when that is resolved. But that's what the detention staff is there for. The correctional health staff is there to take care of their medical needs. And we're two completely separate entities.
Right, I see. But you're calling from where? Where are you calling from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
No, I mean, what is your office? Where are you calling from?
The Professional Standards Bureau of the Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you're calling from the sheriff's office. And
I'm sorry?
you're calling from the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
And what is the sheriff's name in that county?
The sheriff's name is Paul Penzone.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
The person who claims she's a journalist on the Arlena case and is going to get mainstream media on it does not know the sheriff's name by heart of the prison system she's investigating.
See, this is not really making me feel better for my concern, because I know I just have contact with that person that I know is not able to get, I was inquiring myself last week to find out how much more she owes on medical so that I could figure out how I can get food money to her, because if I'm donating money, I don't want it to go to the jail. I want it to go to her food because I know she needs it. Do you understand that?
Right. And again, it's not going to the jail
Do
at
you
all,
understand?
because that's medical costs and it's being deducted by correctional staff. But
right, but it's still.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a copy of her inmate account, because you're telling me that $70 was placed on her account and that was all removed for health.
Well, she was unable to order food.
So unusual.
She was unable to order food.
Okay.
At all.
So I'm going to check into that, because that sounds very unusual. Healthcare costs are not that high. They're usually about $10 per visit. And she's only been in here. She hasn't been in here since,
No. January 7th, I believe.
So that's why I was wondering where you got that information.
Maybe she went more than once. I mean, she was dehydrated and not doing well. So if they're dehydrated,
that would equal out to $70. So that's why I'm concerned about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I find, again, it's very unusual, and it's sometimes people. And I'm not saying this is the case because I haven't checked yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. Lion News. Actually, sorry, over on YouTube, I'm looking at these comments. Alicia, Lion News, I've actually kind of poked around on them. There is some crazy shit there. Sorry.
But there are often times where I look into something like this and the inmate is not telling the full truth to the people that they're trying to have to put more money on the book. So again, I don't know that that's the case with this. I'm going to look into it.
I have I've never known her to lie in any way. Everything she's ever said has been completely documented, and I've never ever seen her lie at all.
I've never seen her lie at all. Like, you know what? I'm not even.
Understandable.
She's never been a person to be in jail or anything like that. She has no criminal history, so this is a very new position for her to be in. So it's in the food itself.
Did she?
I know that a lot of people. I've been, I researched it because I was concerned about her situation, and I see that there are there was even a food strike, a hunger strike at that jail. I guess it was about 2 years ago. I don't remember the exact date. And how do you pronounce his name again? The sheriff.
Penzone.
Penzone, right. So Mr. Penzone, I saw him doing these news articles and this video, and he basically said to the public and to the press.
You know, Linda, that's an interesting thing. That's also why I went to that GoFundMe. Remind you, Arlena or Shara, geez, I keep on confusing them because they're just equally fucked off in the head. Shara said that an advocate sent $70. And you guys saw in that GoFundMe, there was $1,000. So, I mean, in all reality, that GoFundMe should be able to clear out Arlena's medical costs right now, one would think.
Too bad. If they don't like the food, then, don't do the crime, I guess, and you don't do the time. Basic attitude.
I believe that you're referring to the previous sheriff.
No.
Because that, okay.
It was a current.
I don't.
How long has this man been the sheriff?
I believe he went into office 2018, was it? Because it hasn't been that long.
I think it was about 2 years ago when I saw the video and the information about this, and there were articles about it. And he basically said, too bad if the inmates don't like it. But the thing is, most of the people being held in the jail are not criminals because they haven't been convicted yet. They have to have trial or go through the court proceedings. And Arlene is one of them. She hasn't been convicted of anything. It's just a charge. So a lot of these people actually turn out to be innocent once they go to trial.
That's not true at all.
And they're being treated as if, too bad if you don't like it, and that's the way it's going to be. Even though they're getting sick.
Again, I don't know when that statement was made. That sounds like something the last sheriff might have said.
No, it was this one. It was this tall, handsome sheriff that said it.
Okay, all right. I wasn't aware of that. I've not heard him say something like that. But again,
you know what?
Hold
on. Let me just see something. I just want to see if I got the right guy because I don't want to say the wrong thing here. I want to make sure that what I saw was the right person. I just have to look real quick and see if I can see it real quick. If you just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
So sorry.
I do know the past sheriff and the new sheriff don't look anything alike. So if you're saying that
he looked like he was tall and handsome. Yeah,
that would happen.
Definitely a handsome guy. Okay, let's see.
Hold on a second, guys. My other battery died there.
Let me just get into here. I just want to look it up and just make sure I've got the right guy because I don't want to say the wrong thing, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's Maricopa County, right?
Yeah.
Let me see here real quick, guys. I apologize for this inconvenience. If not, we'll just have to switch this out real quick. But I would prefer to just keep on using this. Let's see if it's going to let me. I think I need the main one for it to work. Damn it, I do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No worries. We will get right back to it. Okay.
Okay. And how do you spell his name? Pizone?
No, it's P-E-N.
I'm sorry?
B-O-N. It's P-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
B-O-N-E.
Okay. Jail. I'm just doing a quick search, jail food, just to see what comes up. Okay. Let me see if this is him.
Hey, Chloe, I have it together. It's my battery over here on my wireless that does not have its shit together. Super disappointed in it. I'm not really. It can hear me, and I didn't mean to say that. I love it. It's a good wireless earpiece. I can't say bad things about it.
I just want to make sure it's the right guy, if I can find it.
Yeah.
Okay, facts about inmate meals. I don't know if this is probably not the video that I saw. Let me just bear with me. I'm so sorry because I don't remember where I saw this video. I'm going to look on the Google. I think it was on YouTube. Let me just see if it's there. It wasn't on a website, on a YouTube maybe.
Remind you, Shara's still on the phone with this person for like roughly 10 to 13 minutes at this point. She's Googling things while on the phone with this person.
Okay. just want to make sure it's him. Let me just go back where I was, because it was, okay. Well, here is something in Newsweek. It said Maricopa County Sheriff pulled the facts about inmate meals. Where did I see this? There was a hunger strike. Okay. Here's a hunger strike. This is just the article. Okay, here's an article. Yes, pen zone to inmates on hunger strike. The food is nutritious, but it's not delicious. So yeah, he's the one that did these articles, and he did this video, which I have to really locate the video because I'm not real sure where I found it, but I will. Hold on one second. Don't worry about that phone ringing. So he did a video, and he was saying in the video that he hold on one second. Let me just see. Hold on one second. I have to call you back because I'm on the phone. Bye. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, so...
Yeah, actually, Nathan brings up a good point. Remind you, she is Googling stuff to back up her claims to this woman. This woman is she's keeping this woman on the phone to look up the claims she's making. How the fuck is she making those claims and she doesn't even know what she's talking about? God damn it.
Okay, he was saying in this, there was a hunger strike. This was a hunger strike. Maricopa jail inmates, they had a hunger strike because the food was making them sick, and the food was terrible, and they only get 2 meals a day, which you confirm they only get 2 meals a day. And a lot of people are saying it's like the family of these inmates, like mothers and fathers, are saying that it's just like eating slop. And it seems like, the dogs, the dogs get better food than the inmates are getting, and they were all complaining about the food actually making people sick, which is what is happening to Arlena. And Arlena had no idea about the history of this jail or any of the food concerns until she got there, so it has nothing to do with her even being aware of this. I wasn't aware of this until I looked it up the other day. But people here were asking him, why can't you add oatmeal? Maybe oatmeal in the breakfast, because it's very healthy. It would be so healthy for inmates to have oatmeal. And he said there's no way he's going to spend more money because you have, over 8,000, I guess over 8,000 inmates there. And he didn't want to add oatmeal because it's adding more money to the menu, and the taxpayers are paying for it. But that does not seem humane to me if people are sick and complaining that the food is making them sick, and they're not. And he says, well, too bad if you don't like it. It's not here to taste good. It's not a matter of tasting good. It's 2 meals a day.
I think I found what you were looking for.
Okay. You found the video?
Oh.
That would be great if you found the video, because
She's coming back to give more disapproving looks at the comments that think she's a fucking idiot.
He fed the food. Yeah.
I did not find the video, but I do see that there was it looks like there was a total of 23 inmates on the hunger strike.
Okay.
Which is what was on Google. And ABC 15, a lot of the news channels, there's a lot of them that are on here that are showing up, but they also 23 inmates. So it's clearly, when it comes to thousands of inmates in our custody being served the same thing, this is not the majority or even close to that of inmates saying that the food is making sick. So,
right. Your phone is cutting out a little for some reason. I was catching some of that, but it sounded like your phone was cutting out a little, or you weren't talking close enough because I couldn't hardly hear part of that.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, what I said is that according to this, there was a total of 23 inmates.
Okay.
That were on the hunger strike, and there are thousands of inmates in our jail facilities. There's a total of 4 or 5, I believe, that we have another one opening soon, but. That clearly is not the majority of the inmates. It's a very small number who are complaining that they feel it's slop or doesn't taste good, and clearly you cannot please everybody when it comes to that. The meals and the diets are actually planned by a licensed dietitian who is on staff. All the meals meet nutritional guidelines. Everybody has different tastes.
Yeah, I
So,
don't think it's the taste. I think that people are concerned about well, I guess for people that are sitting in jail for a year or two waiting for their trial, eating something that tastes so horrible every day, I think might be an issue. I think mentally.
well, again, horrible is for that one person's opinion of horrible may not be the same as another person. So, again, if you're going by what 23 inmates said out of thousands, that's not a very fair.
Oh, this woman on the phone is a fucking saint. She's not just overly entertaining her. This woman is a saint for doing this. Yeah, I mean, but you also got to remember though, I mean, she's a state employee. They probably do have some shit where like if the phone call isn't ended properly and shit that she could get fired. I'm sure the call's recorded, monitored, shit like that. So this poor lady's kind of stuck and under the hope that Shara will just shut the fuck up and go away.
Well, I'm actually going by what one inmate said out of thousands, and the fact that she's dehydrated and she's suffering and
And again, that would be a medical condition, and I can give you, contacts for that. I can let you know how to voice your opinion with the medical staff.
I was given that already. And I was told by them that I had to fill out a complaint form, and it could take weeks for someone to get back to me. And I thought, well, wait a minute, she doesn't have weeks if she's in a condition where she's due. Let me just explain to you, she's very petite, and I think she weighs maybe but 105 pounds to begin with, or 110. She's petite, very petite woman, and she's already lost 20 pounds and was dehydrated. So I got concerned.
So mind you, right there, Shara and Crystal Nuttle are claiming that this woman now weighs 85 to 90 pounds.
And I actually lost sleep for 2 nights over it when I first found out that she was suffering this way. And she was also told if she keeps calling for medical while she's dehydrated and having issues eating, then she'll be written up. And then
You know who told her that? By chance?
I wish I'm going to try to find out because I don't know who told her that. But I'll try to find out. But then she was told once people gave her money so that she could buy some kind of food separate from this food so she could actually try to gain some kind of strength, then that money was taken for the medical. So it's like a vicious cycle. So now she has to suppress her health so that she can try to wait a few weeks for the bill to be paid off, I guess, whatever bill it is, a medical bill.
Actually, damn.
So that she can buy.
Putting it like that even makes it sound fucking stupider. They're claiming that she lost 20% of her body weight. Like, that's bad. They're claiming that off of no proof whatsoever. But 20% of her body weight, medical's going to step in. Like, that. Jesus
food.
Christ.
And to me, I'm sorry, but I know you're saying that it is humane. I don't find that to be humane.
Yeah, and in less than a month.
One person is suffering that way, or if 20 people are suffering that way, or if 1,000 people are suffering that way. If any person is suffering that way and they're being held in a situation where they cannot relieve themselves of that suffering, that would be inhumane, ma'am.
Okay.
In my
and I
view.
respect your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion.
Can you tell me?
It's not an opinion.
Can you tell me? Okay, I understand that. Can you tell me what they told her again when it came?
Okay, she was apparently calling for medical, and I don't know how many times she was calling for medical. See, people don't. Maybe you have instances there where maybe people call for medical, and I don't know if it's something that they're really sick or they're not. But for the most part, I've seen people calling for medical, usually they have a problem and they're calling for medical for a reason. So she was calling for medical because she apparently was diagnosed as being dehydrated by medical. And you feel pretty sick when you're dehydrated, by the way. And sometimes you can't even get yourself rebalanced unless you have electrolytes, because being dehydrated is not a matter of drinking water. If something you're eating is making you sick and dehydrated, you're going to continue getting dehydrated and you're going to continue losing weight, which is what has been happening to her.
And I understand that, but what I'm trying to figure out out is what direction I need to go. So I'm trying
Okay.
to figure out, was it medical
Thank
staff
you
that
so
told her
much.
that, or was it detention staff that told her that?
Now, that's the thing I don't know. I know that she was calling for help, and the people that were coming to her aid were saying, if you keep calling for medical, you will get written up. That's what I was told. And I haven't heard anything since then because I didn't ask again about it. I left it alone. I put my focus on, let's get this girl the food that she needs. That's really where my focus is. And so me and an advocate were sending money to her to get her food. And then we found out.
Shara's also claimed multiple times she is not an advocate for Arlena. She is a journalist covering Arlena. Just now on this phone call with the jail, Shara said that she is Arlena's advocate sending her money. So basically, Shara is advocating for a sovereign with a sovereign advocate, Crystal Nuttle. So, Shara, you're a sovereign. I mean, that is what it is.
That the money was taken by the jail, like I said, and that the food, she couldn't order the food. And then when I called and I tried to resolve it, they said, well, now it's too late because she'll have to wait another week anyway because she can only order food on Tuesday and you just missed that day. And then they told me that to call the sheriff's office, which I did. So I called the sheriff's office and I did speak to somebody in the sheriff's office. And I asked them about the books and if the medical's paid off so that I could put money on her food rather than putting the money toward the jail paying the medical. And they said, well, we have no way of knowing that. And then when they directed me over to the medical liaison, whatever that office is, they told me, no, the sheriff does hold the books. They know what the books are. So, do you guys hold the books?
Perhaps that's a misunderstanding. I don't know on whose part, but
which one is
yes,
which one is
we run the book,
okay,
and the medical charges, the co-pays to get that money. So,
but
the person that told you they couldn't give you that information, I'm not sure exactly what their wording was, but that's not information that we can share with you.
Right, but Miss Roman
perhaps
says,
maybe that's what they said.
Miss Roman,
I don't know.
I think if I recall right, I'm trying to remember this conversation. Miss Roman out of the sheriff's office there said
right.
that you guys have nothing to do with the bucks, and basically when I was asking.
Well, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. So I apologize if she did tell you that.
Okay.
Because yes, the books are run.
Okay.
By our section, by the sheriff's office.
Okay, this is good news for me because then I have a question for you. Now, I know you can't give me personal information. I understand that completely. I do.
God, this poor woman.
But I would like to know how much more for medical needs to be paid so that I can give her money for food. Because I want to know how big that bill is. Like, I don't want to send her money for food and have the jail take it for their expenses. I want her to be able to eat while she's there. I am so concerned over this.
Ooh, you know what, Paige? That's a good point. Crystal might just be playing Shara to get more cash out of her. And fucking help inflating the story to try and get more donations and Shara sending more cash in. I could see that. I mean, Crystal is crazy, but obviously with the sovereign shit, I mean, she's looking for victims. She knows this shit doesn't work. She knows it doesn't work in her own cases. So, I wonder if Crystal isn't playing Shara, because Shara's definitely naive enough and ignorant enough.
Okay, and I don't have her medical records, so I don't have access to those.
Well,
so
you
I
have the
no
books.
idea.
You know what she owes on the books. I'm not concerned with asking.
No, I don't. No, that's a misstatement. I do not know what she owes on her books. We have access to her books. We run her books. So what happens is medical when there is a positive balance on there, medical will charge those books, and that will automatically come out. So when there's not a positive balance, they won't. So again, that's a charge coming from their direction,
right.
And so I don't have control over that.
So in a lot of jails in the U.S., because I've been researching this, the jail itself is very well funded, and they pay the medical of the inmates. Is that just? I mean, it just.
I can't speak for other jails across the country. I have no idea how they're run or how they're funded. But like I said, our facilities and our sheriff's office as a whole is completely separate from the correctional health division. I know that to be the case with the prison system out here as well, which is run by the state.
Right. So what happens with the prison system that's run by the state? Do they take care of the medical, or do the inmates pay?
No, I said it's the same thing. They're run the exact same way. That I do know, that they're separate entities.
Right, so that means that the inmates do have to pay for their medical. And so for me, the bottom line on that one is, I'll put myself in that position, and say if I was an inmate and I had a serious health condition, which I actually do, I have lupus. Let's just say I'm in jail and I have lupus and I have a serious health condition and I need medical very, very, very often. Or if I'm a diabetic, let's say, and I'm not, and I need medical very often, wouldn't I be suppressing my health concerns because I want my money for my food that is life-sustaining for me, rather than getting medical care? And wouldn't that be an inhumane situation to be in, where you have to suppress your health concerns in order to get the little bit of money?
If I may clarify.
Okay.
Because it seems like you don't have completely accurate information.
Okay.
You're going by what you're told, and I get that and I understand. However, you're making assumptions, it sounds like, off of the limited information that you're being given. So medical charges inmate copays when the inmate initiates a medical visit.
Yes, the woman who keeps on creeping up on the woman that keeps on creeping up on the phone is Shara.
Which means they fill out a medical tank order. They ask to be seen by medical.
Right.
On Facebook, she is Shara Michelle. SHARAMICHELLE. Shara Michelle.
It's not an emergency. When that happens, they're charged a copay by medical.
Okay.
Now, when they have a recurring condition and medical, it's medical's call that they need to be seen because they have a recurring medical condition. It's not, a one-time thing. Hey, I want to come see you. I've got this going on. I need to talk to a doctor.
Right.
Again, they're charged. When they have a recurring condition and it's medical's call that they're seen on a routine basis for that condition, they're not charged for that. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
So just to make sure everybody understood that, Shara, you included, what she is saying there is basically that if they are wasting time, if they are going for every little thing, they have to pay a copay. If Arlena actually had a medical emergency, she would not have to pay that copay. If Arlena had an actual medical illness and it was a reoccurring illness, she would not have to pay that copay. Because she keeps on going to medical because the food is making her sick, the one person out of 20,000 eating it, she has to pay a copay because she's wasting their time. She's not actually sick. There's nothing to treat. She's not sick, is what she's saying right now. Shara, I hope you hear that part and you really understand what she's saying. They're not finding anything medically wrong with her. Gray Moon is Crystal is the puppet master. Crystal is one of the higher up puppet masters. This still boils down to like Field McConnell, David Straight, Timothy Homeseth as the puppet masters. But Crystal Nuttle, it looks like, might have that same sort of area like Sarah Dunklin. It kind of seems like Crystal Nuttle might be the Sarah Dunklin of David Straight, if that makes sense. Sarah Dunklin was like fishing for victims and shit for Field and Timothy, basically, at the same time. And then there's another one with Field, too, like a Juan something or some shit. But Crystal, which I don't know, I mean, she's pretty high into the sovereign shit, but I would think that David Straight, because David Straight is still claiming Arlena. So if David Straight's claiming Arlena, there's one of two things. Either David Straight is Crystal's hand, like he's above Crystal, or David Straight's the fall guy and Crystal's actually above Straight. Which, I mean, that could be. Who knows? Crystal's pretty fucking nuts. and she files some pretty intense documents. But I don't know. I still think David Straight, because David Straight's the one that's actually going around the country and shit. But I don't know. This really is a little criminal enterprise of fucking sovereigns. It's a very big sovereign scam that you're looking at. Karen, I agree. I lean more towards David Straight is above Crystal. I mean, that would be my knee-jerk reaction. My gut feeling is that Straight. Yeah, not even just a knee-jerk. I'd say gut feeling is that Straight is still above Crystal. So.
Okay. Because obviously that's not something that they have any control over.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I understand that part, but if you have someone like, for example, let's say like Arlena, or maybe somebody like her who is having issues, maybe, it could be something in the food that's just not agreeing with, or that happens, If it's the only food that you're being given, obviously, and you have to eat it because you have to live, and that food is making you sick because maybe there's just something in it that is not agreeing with you and it's just making you sick rather than nourishing you. Okay, so that's not a diagnosed medical issue. So again, it falls on her to pay for any medical care she receives because she's not tolerating the food.
Because she's
and therefore
not
she's
sick.
getting dehydrated and she's losing weight. So therefore she has to call medical. And then the money that people are trying to give her to help relieve her of this situation, that money's being taken. It still seems like there's something not working well for inmates in that position.
Okay. Well, I can't speak to you about that because, again, I haven't pulled her account statement, and I don't know that to be true. So I will do that. Is there an email address or an address that you'd like to provide that I can get back with you after I have a moment?
Yeah, I just had one other thing that I had to also ask because I had to find out about this. There was two other things that were told to me that I just had to look into. There was something about there was feces in the shower area, which to me was, definitely not very, that was worrisome. And then the other thing is an issue of black mold.
Well, wait a minute. One thing at a time, if you would, because I can't address everything.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the health situation for her is or even any of the inmates.
Well, you're giving me
or all the 20,000 others.
And then moving on, but not giving me a chance to.
I just want to make sure everything is cool for Arlena or the other 20,000 people in there. But, how's Arlena?
Address it or ask questions. So I can't fix something or look into something if that occurs.
Okay, sure.
So you said you were told that there's feces in the shower.
There was feces in the shower.
Okay, that, again, is not a normal occurrence. So do you have any more information about that?
No, that's all I have.
Okay, again.
Yeah, the other thing was there's areas of black mold issues, and that was my biggest concern as far as health conditions.
So
I did research it after I was told about that. I did research it, and I found there were a lot of past and current issues in regards to black mold in that, especially in the Estrella jail, which is the jail that I'm referring to.
So there's been a lot of, I know what you're saying because I've seen there's a few articles on when you Google that information, and there have been complaints of that.
Mm-hmm.
However, when it comes to black mold,
right.
Mold I can speak of, and I can kind of speak on this a little bit because I worked personally at most of the jails and Estrella for almost 5 years myself as a supervisor. So in the dorms especially, which is where this inmate happens to be housed, in one of the dorms. So there's a lot of bunks in there. It's one giant open area. The bathrooms and the shower areas are separate areas that obviously are more enclosed. They're not just open.
What Shara's research looks like?
The time frame that the inmates are out and allowed to walk around and shower and conversate with other inmates and just kind of be out and about and not confined to their beds is a long period of time. I believe if nothing's changed, they're allowed to get out of bed and start their days either, I think it's 6:30 or 7 a.m., and that goes all the way until just after 10 p.m. So
Right.
in that time, as you can imagine, with upwards of 100 or so inmates in one specific big area like that, taking showers, that's something that occurs all day long. So
Right.
every once in a while, and some inmates are not very clean. I know I will say there are a lot of transients that come through our system, and we have to ask them to shower, or there's other inmates have to ask them to shower.
Right.
So being the showers,
Ooh, a quack
the
map.
inmates
That's a pretty good
and
idea.
Every housing living area are provided cleaning supplies, which are cleaning supplies to kill germs and things like that.
Right.
The inmates are expected to keep their own living areas clean, so that's why those cleaning supplies are always available to them.
Right.
However, when there's a case of mold or something like that they see, and it's up to them to, if the officer doesn't see it on their own, to bring that to the attention of the housing unit officer.
Mm-hmm.
And they, when that occurs, what happens is the housing unit officer requests that our housekeeping division come in, and they have more powerful ways of dealing with something like that.
Right.
So, I mean, there is a process if something like that should occur, but it's not. It's nowhere near something that is a. What am I trying to say? Something that's ongoing and occurring every day in every housing unit. You know what I'm saying?
How many in that
That
big
makes sense?
dorm? The dorm that you described, how many inmates are in that big? Because I know she said there's like bunk beds and all kinds of like lots of beds, rows and rows of beds in there. Is it inside or is it outside? It's inside, obviously.
It's inside. Yeah, we don't have
my
any
God.
outdoor
Okay.
facilities.
How many-
We did at one point.
How many people are in that dorm, that large dorm?
I don't know how many people are in there right now.
Google
I
it.
can tell you.
I mean,
Look
how many
it
does
up,
it
Shara.
fit? How many
Fuck's
people does
sake.
it fit in that dorm?
It can. A lot of things have changed since I've been there, but at least 100 it can fit. It's not always full.
How many showers do they actually have, and how many actually toilets do they have with a dorm that size?
I don't know exactly. I'm going off memory here because I don't work in the jail at this point. I'm handling service.
Right.
So I mean, if you'd like, I can get back to you in an email to you or a telephone call back, whichever you prefer. From memory, it's approximately 8 to 10 showers, and there are I think possibly 10 to 12 separate toilets that are in a separate area. So,
And that's
again, not exactly accurate. I'm not, but from memory, because I used to have to do walks through there, and make sure everything was copacetic.
And then you have a lot of transients in there also, you said, which so it means that some people that are not transients have to share. You have 100 people sharing 10 toilets and how many showers? I mean, boy, and if there's diseases and hepatitis and things or anything, when you have transient people, there can be diseases.
Okay, well, that's out on the streets as well. So, I mean, you're going through, a store and touching, or outside of a store, touching a car.
Do you have any clue how many people use a McDonald's toilet in a day? Especially in a bigger city? Like a downtown McDonald's? You fucking moron. God.
Well,
I mean,
when you're
that's
out
everywhere. So.
when you're out on the street and touching doors and cars, you're not confined to a space where you're taking showers and using the toilet and things like that with that
But
many
again,
people.
These cleaning supplies are available all day long, and the inmates are actually expected at least twice a day
Shara
to
chickened out.
Thoroughly clean the dorm. So again,
And if they don't, though, and then the ones that are too sick to do it, they have to live in those conditions. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but why does the jail do it that way, where they have so many people in such a large space with so little amount of toilets and showers that they all have to be in these conditions together this way?
we can't control the number of people that are in jail.
Right.
All we house them. So
Can they build like a better facility? I mean, obviously the
This bitch literally just asked an employee if they can just build a better facility for Arlena Willes, basically. My friend doesn't like the food. She doesn't feel good in there. Can you just build a better facility real quick? Like, because they shouldn't have to share these toilets. So you, that's probably getting paid $12 an hour, can you make a phone call and see if we can just build a better facility? Because why the fuck not? God damn it, Shara, are you serious? I can't do Shara on YouTube because I'm supposed to be trying to watch my language for the YouTube side of things, and I can't fucking do it. She's too stupid. She's too fucking stupid. I can't censor myself. This shit is fucking aggravating. You're one of the most aggravating people I've ever followed on this shit. You little rat shit. You little rat shit. Like, Jesus Christ. This is probably the last time we're doing Shara on YouTube. Just because I need to keep YouTube cleaner. God, I hate... Can you just build a better facility? My God. Damn it.
The jails are funded. The government funds the jails. Can they build a better system? Like, can they build, a better jail system so that people are living in more humane type situation?
What would be your ideal number? I don't know. I mean, again, it's a matter of perspective. So I don't know what you're looking for in that area.
Well, to me, it just seems like if you have 100 or more women in one space with 10 toilets and a handful of showers, it just seems, man, I would probably be freaking out in that situation if it were me.
Yeah, I understand.
I saw feces on the ground. Different. I mean, she saw the feces on the ground there, and the mold, and then the food making her sick. I mean, I just can't imagine the suffering that a lot of women are doing there.
Shara's like 56 years old, and it's like she's never heard about a jail before or how things work in a jail. And I'm telling you, Shara, if you're still out there just hiding in the comments because you chickened out of the phone call, or when you're watching tomorrow, stop using Arlena as your experiment to learn about the jails. Just Google shit. Stop bothering the employees and putting Arlena at risk. You don't do that. Put your hand out. You don't do that. Leave the employees be and go do research. Stop bothering them before word gets out that she's in there for child abuse with intent and you get her beat to death.
And I have never ever even considered, looking into jails and the suffering of people in jails. I probably should have, because, a lot of people figure, these are just criminals, who cares? But no. And again, a lot of people that are confined this way.
Bitch, you thought these were just criminals until 6 days ago. Fuck's sake.
Are innocent, and a lot of the people in the jail are actually waiting to go to trial, so they're not convicted yet.
Well, and I don't agree with you that everybody's suffering, but this is not a debate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look into your concerns, and like I said, I can get back to you whichever way that you prefer.
Okay. Back to the mold, though, I am looking online, and there have been many lawsuits against the jail, that specific jail, for mold conditions, as recent as 2019, in May, months ago. So why are people bringing lawsuits if there is no mold, is my question.
Okay, and I can't speak about any lawsuits that's ongoing.
Oh, really?
Well, there are
National Liberty
lawsuits.
Alliance of John you know what?
Okay, but I don't know of any one lawsuit that has found that to be the case. So,
I'm actually going
but the fact that there are lawsuits is telling us that there's mold there, ma'am.
Anybody can file a lawsuit about anything that they want to do. So,
Does the sheriff make himself available to talk to people, or is it basically other people that talk and he doesn't really make himself available? Like, I would love to talk to him about the food thing. I mean, is there a reason why you don't do 3 meals a day? Because it just seems that people in other jails, from what I researched, they get 3 meals a day, not 2.
No, the decision was made about that several years back. And like I said, the nutritional value and everything that's provided to the inmates in our custody It's based on a sedentary lifestyle, which is what a jail is. There's, they're not going to the gym.
A sedentary lifestyle. Why they get 2 meals?
Okay. So,
wait, what was the reason? You said it was a decision made years ago. What was the decision that it was a sedentary lifestyle is why they get 2 meals a day instead of 3, or was it financial?
Was one of the considerations that was made. The decision, and that was all made. Again, the diets and the meals that are served are all approved by anywhere it needs to go through, and
I get that.
They're made up by a dietitian. So.
I get that, but why? My question still is, why only 2 meals a day? Other jails serve 3 a day.
That was not my decision to make.
I know, ma'am, but can you tell me why it's only 2 meals a day instead of 3?
Because that's all that are necessary.
It's all that's necessary so that it saves money.
That was the determination that was made, is that 2 meals a day were going to be served.
Yeah, no, it's not the greatest, Shara. What it is they are probably doing like a basic calorie intake, and they are doing it at the point where people will live. And even though you may not like it, I may not like it, the whole fucking world may not like it, until some legislation's put forward that changes that, there's absolutely nothing that you harassing this woman is going to do.
It's only, okay, so that is what's necessary, is 2 meals a day. So we are just doing what's necessary to sustain, basically.
Those are your words, not mine.
Well, you just said it was necessary. Why is it not 3 meals a day? That's a good question. How many meals a day do you eat?
Dude.
I eat 3 meals a day.
Shara, leave
my
this
family
woman
eats 3
alone.
meals a day. Everybody I know.
So again, this is not about me. This is about the
But
that you're calling
right.
about.
It's about people, ma'am. It's about people that are forced to inhumane conditions. To me.
Okay. So what I'm checking into for you, I'm going to be looking at this inmate's book.
This is like if you called a movie theater and started crying to the person at the front desk about thinking that the tickets are overpriced. What the fuck do you think this woman's going to be able to do? You're talking about building a new facility. You're talking about changing how many meals they're fed a day. Who the fuck do you think this lady is? Jesus Christ, Shara. Jesus Christ, think. Think.
I'm going to actually have a conversation with her personally.
Okay.
So we're looking at your concern is that all the money is being taken that's being put in for medical
Yes,
costs.
my main concern, my personal concern is I want to put money on her books so that she can order food that she needs. That would be the peanut butter and the bread or whatever you're saying that they have outside of, if they have fruit that she can buy and things like that outside of the meals. I want to be able to do that, but I want to know if I give money for her book that it will go directly to her to be able to order that food, but I'm not getting that answer from anybody at the jail. I was making phone calls all last week, days ago, and nobody has yet, and now you're calling me, but you're still not able to tell me whether that money's going to go to her food or not.
Well, I didn't know. I called you to see what your concerns were. I had no idea what they were. So you have to give me a chance to find that information out.
Okay, that's my concern.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
my concern is that she's able to buy the food that she needs so that she can feel better and get some kind of relief from the weight loss that she's experiencing and the weakness.
Okay, and I can understand that.
Yes, I care. I really want to make sure she's okay.
Okay, all right.
And then
So
my other concern. Wait, my one other concern is I just because you're giving me your time and I really appreciate that. You've been very generous in your time and I appreciate it. My other concern obviously is for all inmates the 2 issues: the mold.
This has been going on for roughly 40 minutes. Shara has wasted almost an hour of this woman's time at this point, and even requested that they build a better jail.
Is a huge issue because I'm getting information that the mold is continuing, and I'm sorry, but I am getting that information. And the other issue is I would like to speak to the sheriff himself about the 3 meals a day versus the 2 meals a day and why. I want an answer as to why it is 2 meals a day rather than 3 meals a day. That's all of my concerns right there. The mold 2 meals a day. Why is it 2 meals a day? And I want to make sure that when I give Arlena money for her books, that money, that she'll be able to know in her heart that she can order her food on Tuesday and get that food that she needs to sustain herself. And that she doesn't have to be afraid to call medical if she's sick, because
I'm telling you, the problem is this lady can't hang up or she could get fired. So she's like stuck. She's literally at Shara's mercy.
you should be able to get medical help no matter where you are if you are sick.
I completely agree.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Those are all my concerns. Did you write those down?
I sure did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And can you call me back? I would appreciate it, because I really would like to. Is there any way I can speak to the sheriff? Is there a way to do that, or does he not speak to people?
Well, I wouldn't say that he doesn't speak to people, but there's not a direct line that I can send you through to.
Could he call me? I would so appreciate it. I just really want to talk to him.
You're not even a fucking resident of Arizona. Let this woman hang up the phone.
About those couple issues. It would really mean a lot to me.
Good God.
So here's what I can suggest in regards to that. Have you been to our mpso.org website?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go to that, and bear with me, I'm just pulling it up so I don't direct you.
Let me go there now while you're talking so I can find what you're saying. Hold on. How do you spell it again? Oops. Go ahead.
So it's MCSO.
MCSO. Mm-hmm.
.org. O-R-G.
Okay. Okay, got it. Here we are. Okay.
Don't know why.
Welcome to Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah. All right. So, what is it?
This is one of the dumbest things Shara's ever done in her life. At least publicly.
That's okay. And I am happy that you called me.
I want to show you exactly.
One thought that I had while you're looking for that is I'm very happy you called me, because they were going to have the sheriff, when I originally called the sheriff's office and spoke to Ms. Roman, they were going to have, or Darlene originally, they were going to have somebody call me from the jail, someone who can talk about my concerns for Arlena and the food. And that person from the actual jail never did call me, so I'm kind of glad that you called me, because I was going to call back actually in the next couple days. Just to double. I'm sorry.
Who told you that?
Darlene.
Darlene.
It was either Darlene. I believe it was Darlene. It was the original number that I called for the Estrella jail. I don't remember what that number was. I don't have my pad right in front of me because I didn't have that out when you called. So, but it was somebody that I called, and they said that somebody would be calling me, or somebody that led me to Arlene said that they would be calling me, but that person never did call me, and they promised they would call someone from the jail. But it's okay because you called. So, but someone from the jail never called me.
Oh, yeah, I'm lost there because that's not the way that it normally works.
Okay. What part is not the way it normally works? Because that someone would call me.
Let her get off the
don't
phone.
Get a call directly from the jail.
Okay.
That's what my job is.
Okay, gotcha,
So,
gotcha.
So I'm not sure because again I don't know who Darlene is. But.
Okay. Okay, so I'm in the website, but is there a way to speak to him is my question. I would really like to talk to him.
All right, so if you go over to the tab that says General Information.
Where are we, at the top?
Yeah. There's...
I see home,
7 tabs.
jail info, special... Oh, yeah, there we go. I found it. Okay, yes.
And then all the way down to the second to last.
Mm-hmm. Comments and complaints.
There.
Gotcha.
Comments and complaints. If you scroll down, there's a form to fill out.
I see
You need
it.
to do that online.
I sure see it.
Okay. And should be able to... Okay. So you should be able to fill that out online.
She won't stop.
Okay.
And if you write in there what you're requesting, they will have either the sheriff or whoever is associate get back to you to at least, I would imagine that they would screen the call to find out
Right. What is, so you're at the sheriff's office. What is your title? I forgot what you said your title is.
Investigator.
You're the investigate, like, just investigator?
With the Professional Standards Bureau.
I can hardly hear you. I'm sorry.
With the Professional Standards Bureau.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Lisa Mejia. M-E.
You got to talk a little. I'm so sorry. I don't know why your phone sounds so far away. It keeps like kind of cutting out.
I don't know either. I'm talking.
That's better.
Right
That's
into it.
better. That's better. That's better.
Okay. So it's Lisa, and the last name is Mejia. M-E-J-I-A.
Okay. Is there any way that you can give a message to the sheriff? Because when I last was told to
You
fill
can't
out
talk
forms,
to
they
the-
said it could
you
take a
can't
while
talk to the
for someone
fucking
to get
sheriff,
back to
Shara.
me. But I would just like to know, I mean, I've already talked to so many people already. I would just like to speak to him. If you can get a message to him, if he could call me, I would really appreciate that.
I can do that, but I can't guarantee that you're going to get a call back in that way. The best way is to contact him.
Right, but you're saying that somebody else may call me. I'd rather speak to him specifically.
Okay, and again, I can pass your message along, but I can't guarantee that that's going to happen.
Well, is there a way that is there a number that I could call to actually talk to him? I mean, I don't want to just fill out a form and not have any contact or chance of talking to him. I'm not going to fill it out because I just want.
Shara, you're a nobody. You're not a journalist. You don't live in Arizona. You are not going to just call and talk to the sheriff. You literally have no reason to. You are not even a resident of Arizona. You don't even actually know the woman you're calling about. You've never met her. Just like 8 days ago or some shit, you decided you were going to start rallying for her. You dumb fuck. God.
I want to actually talk
This
to him.
woman.
If this form is not going to lead me to that.
Unfortunately, ma'am, there is not a direct number for the sheriff that is available to the public. You
Well,
would be
I
getting
understand.
calls 24/7.
I understand.
Do you?
I understand
Do you
fully,
understand?
but if you could
Do
get the
you
message for him
understand,
to call
Shara?
me, because I really would like to talk to him about those concerns.
This is
Just
the
in
most
general,
painful
for
video.
all the inmates, I would like to talk about those concerns.
In all of the lives that we've done over the last going on, it's over a year now. This is the most aggravating, annoying fucking video we have watched on one of these lives. This is by far the dumbest shit we have sat through. It is the most aggravating, ridiculous fucking thing she has ever done. This sucks.
Right, and I guarantee you, I will pass your message along.
Okay. I appreciate that. Tell him I would really appreciate it.
Sure.
Hey, Shara
I will
said
do
she'd
that.
really
Okay, and
appreciate
if you can
it.
get back to me on those items that I just rounded off at the end of our conversation, I would appreciate that
up,
too.
Shara. Hang
Yes, ma'am.
up.
Thank you so very much.
You have a great
You
day. I
too.
appreciate speaking with me.
I actually appreciate the time you gave me. You gave me a lot of time, and I so appreciate that. Thank you so
Hang
much.
up.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Jesus fuck.
Okay.
57 minutes, and that
Okay.
started like
the reason
4
why I
minutes into
played
the
that.
video. That was literally like over 50 minutes of that poor woman's time. Literally asking the same thing over and over again, and asking if they can just build a better jail. Oh, man. It's all right. This video is almost over, and then we're going to end this live stream. And then I'm going to go smoke a few cigarettes and just try and go on with my life.
That was actually 2 days ago, and as of right now, Arlena is still starving. So
Of course she is.
it's not about Arlena not liking the food. The food is literally making her sick. She's losing more weight. She's dehydrated, and she's starving to death. And when she
She's
asked the
starving to
jail
death.
any
I hate
questions
her. I
about
hate
getting
Shara.
money into her account so she
Shara,
can
I
buy
hate you.
food,
I hate
nobody's
you.
giving her an answer. I'm
That's all
talking
there
to
is to
people
it.
like
I hate
this,
you.
and they're
I
saying
hate
they're
you
looking
for
into
this.
it, and nobody gets back to me, and she's still hungry.
Oh my God.
So I wanted to go live here because I'm going to play a small little public
Actually, wait a
statement
minute,
from her
Hannah.
mother, which I think.
Hannah, if you're still out there, you're in medical. So they say Arlena weighs 105, 110 pounds, and she lost 20 pounds since like January 7th. So basically, like 20% of her body weight. From your experience in the medical field, what's the possibility that Arlena lost 20% of her body weight since January 7th?
I think you all need to hear. We were having a very nice conversation today. Her mother's lovely. I love her. She's wonderful. And she's here and she's watching right now. And it's her daughter. Her daughter is in that jail, and it is absolutely inhumane conditions. They're covering it up a bit on the phone there. But the inmates are living in horrific conditions with over 100 women in one dorm. It's just awful, and you have a lot of transient people, and it's dangerous, and it's just terrible conditions. And Arlena, all she did to get into jail for right now, I think it's like a month and a half now. We're going to be going for 2 months now. Is she wanted to have her own provider for her evaluation? That's what the problem was.
No, Shara, that's not true at all. The problem was the court ordered her to get this evaluation done on November 20th, 2019, and she was told to have this done by December 30th, 2019, and she did not get it done. That is why she's in jail. Has nothing to do with her wanting her own person. It's because she ignored a court order. How tall is she, though? I can't crank out BMI scores without a height, but that's an awful fast weight loss. But the combination of stress and sudden diet change may. She looked pretty short in that video. Like, she looked, actually, I wonder, is that video still up? I might have already cleared that video out. No, actually. Obviously, this isn't really a good height, but you can kind of see.
So right now, these...
That's her in the center with the suitcase, Hannah.
Would-be officers of the law are actually breaking the law.
So she's like a pretty good deal shorter than that officer right there. She's not, I guess she's not super shorter than that officer. But yeah, she's not super shorter than that. So I don't know. I don't know if that helps at all. Hannah, obviously that's not a height. That's just kind of a whatever that is.
And she was thrown into jail without bond and is not doing well. So I'm really concerned.
Yeah, good point,
and
Nathan.
I'm going to be done calling the jail. The next thing I'm going to be doing is calling mainstream news, and I don't care what y'all think. Y'all can laugh all you want, but there are people in the jail that are going hungry, that are living in mold, black mold conditions, and it's just not okay. It's not. So I'm going to air a statement from part of the conversation. I turned the recorder on during half of the conversation so I can get her public statement, and she told me I could air this. This would be Brookie, which is Arlena's mother, and she's lovely, lovely, lovely. So here we go.
Oh, no. I did find, hold on. I did find it on one of them. Here. I did find a height and weight. Now, this is according to rap sheets. Okay, Hannah, 5'5", and weight 175. So I guess Hannah, out of your knowledge of medical shit, Wait. This has her at 175. Okay, first off, I don't know if that's correct, but if that is correct, they're 100% lying because Shara said she was at like 105 or 110. But according to her booking information, she's 175. But she does have the same birthday as me, except for I'm 1983. What the fuck? What the fuck, Shara? You piece of shit. Are you serious? Hold on. Let me see if I can find another one to compare to. Yeah, I don't think she's 175. Okay, I got another one here. This is from MCSO. It's at Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And this one says 115. I would lean more towards that one. It has her at 5'5", 115. I would lean more towards this 115 one. Maybe that 175 was just a typo. Or hefty in the back, I don't know. Did she have some junk in the trunk? I didn't even notice. This is as of January 7th. She allegedly went in with 115 and that height. But yeah, 2 counts. Voluntary adult abuse with intent. Alright, whatever. Let's finish this god-awful video.
Hit him or strike him or anything like that.
And so what?
She's always been there for him, you know. She lived with me at one time, and she never touched him to harm him in any way.
Right. And did you see a lot of love?
I'm just going to say, and if you hear it, I don't mean offense or anything, but I don't know if Arlena's mom sounds all that, all there, honestly. But notice she's just saying that she didn't hit her, or she didn't hit her kid. So I don't think they understand the child abuse charge. I don't think they understand that the allegations appear to be related to either some sort of weird holistic treatment, possibly MMS, CD, bleach water shit, which would make sense again with the bleeding from the anus. There's been talks that she was giving him bleach enemas. Also, one of the main things with MMS, especially in America, that's popular is curing autism, which her teenage son was autistic. So there is a chance that is what she was doing to her son. That we're going to have to wait until state evidence comes out. I'm not saying that's for sure or not, but there is a chance. Either way, right now what information out there is that it was going on for around a year. It started around September, September 2017 or some shit, I think. I don't know. It went on for roughly a year. But also, I don't think it'd just be like a neglect sort of deal because she has the with intent charge. So it sounds like she was doing a weird holistic treatment, and she'd even stated that she wanted to take him home for holistic treatments. Then again, I can't point out enough with all the sovereign filings. Remember, one of those court documents we read tonight, it said, "I deny I am lost at sea." She filed in a court document that she was not lost at sea, like in the ocean. She literally wrote in her criminal court filings that she is not lost in the ocean. That super shows that there was probably some mental illness there for a while. And again, just to be clear, I don't think she was doing anything with the intention to hurt her son. But like the CD, MMS, Miracle Mineral Spring shit, the bleach water treatments, that sort of shit's super popular with the sovereign groups. super popular, especially internationally and shit. They're one of the biggest groups pushing it. So this is not exactly rocket science. There's a lot of signs that look like she was using some sort of bleach treatment. It would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense with everything going on. And remind you, since he's been in his father's care, he's back up at weight. He has his normal weight again. He's doing better with his father now that he's away from Arlena. So that's kind of where that is. But yeah, I don't think the mom understands what the child abuse means. And so they think the mom saying that she never hit the kid is some sort of proof. But again, they're not talking about hitting the child. This isn't a physical abuse. This is a different kind of abuse here.
Between her and her son, I mean, it looked like a
Oh yeah, there was a lot of love there. You know, he was always hugging on her. She was always hugging on him.
Oh, how precious. Sounds like me and my son. You know, it's ironic. I have a son who's, I think he's maybe 1 or 2 years younger than Jonathan. So, and I only have one child just like her. And I can't imagine what she...
You know, Jonathan is her whole world. I mean, she lived for that boy.
And she still does.
Oh, yeah, she is. I know her heart's a little heart-aching for him, you know?
Of course it is, and I'm sure that he's feeling the same for her. I mean, it must be devastating. I mean, we think about her loss, but when you think about his loss...
Oh, yeah, he lost his mother, and, he has autism, and it's been really hard on him.
I'm sure it has been.
And on the...
So you're Arlena...
On the bleach water, I did this a while ago, which here, I'll even throw this article in the links, or in the comments. You can copy it, check it out later, whatever. This is actually, I got contacted by a woman in, which actually, how long are we at right now? Oh yeah, no, actually, I guess I got time. I was contacted by a woman in Ireland who has been working on exposing Carrie Rivera and a bunch of the MMS CD bleach treatment people for a long time. Because I found this document that apparently has been harder to find. It sounds like Carrie Rivera kind of hit it. We've gone over this one a long time ago. God damn it, seriously. It's my account. Let me view the damn thing. Is it seriously trying to not let me see my own upload? Good God. Actually, whatever. Let's just do it through here. Let me think. I can probably find somewhat of a better view. Yeah, let's go with that one. Okay. So this is a document, Carrie Rivera, who's one of the higher up in MMS protocol CD. She was basically like partnered up with the guy that actually invented the stuff, like the founder of it, long ago, back in like 1996. So this crazy bitch, which I'm told that this is a true account, and I believe this was actually with her son. Carrie does claim that it can cure autism, but this is an actual, she documented the daily shit of using this bleach treatment on this child. It's fucking terrifying. But to just give you an idea, if this is the sort of shit that she was doing, August 17th, 2010, 1 drop 2 times a day, first drops ever. 8/8/10, 2 drops AM, 2 drops PM, blood on wipey. 8/19, no blood, nicely formed stools. 8:20:10. Perfect stools, no blood, weird behavior. 8:21:10. Email from Mark. 3 drops an hour for 8 hours for 3 weeks. 8:22. Gassy, spacey, good temper, frequent evacuations with oily film and pieces of food. 8:23:10. Woke up happy and more connected, saying, I want Cookie Monster. Nice and connected. Significantly less tantrums. 8:24. Day 3 of 3 drops 8 times a day. Good spirits. 8:25. Day 4. Awoke happy and requesting perfect eye contact. Day 6. No bedwetting. Vomited and blood and wipey. Day 7. Vomited. Day 8. OCD virus vomit drop back. Day 9. Loss of appetite. Vomit. Day 10. HBOT 1 drop 8 times. Day 11. Therapist. Best day ever. 2 drops 10 times. Day 12. I want bed. I want brush teeth. I want take bath. I want blanket at 10 p.m. Therapist really happy with progress. Mother is ecstatic. Day 13, back to 3 drops 8 times. Day 17, added MMS 2. Day 20, vomit. Day 9, HBOT. Day 22, MMS and MMS 2. Half cup cap every 2 hours. Eating very little. Undigested food. Diarrhea. Not happy. Day 25, lots of diarrhea. Red circles in eyes. Day 27, very OCD, yet interested in people pulling people to be with him. Day 30, gorgeous stool, formed and solid. Day 31, blood on wipey, no OCD, no tantrums, happy. Day 34, pulled me to be with him, red circles, very OCD. Day 47, didn't eat all day, earache, 3 drops 3 times. Day 48, 3 drops 3 times, vomited, removed MMS 2. Day 49, cold, vomiting, diarrhea. Day 50, vomited. Day 51, vomited and squirted in pants, lots of sleeping. Day 57, vomited mucus from a cold. Day 58, vomited at 4 drops. Day 59, 4 drops 7 times, then vomited, but happy. Day 61, best day of his life, says therapist of 6 years. 4 drops 7 times, then vomited. Day 62, 4 drops 8 times. Day 63, best day ever, new. Day 64, yeast cracking up at bedtime. Here's the beginning of the 433-43334 protocol for yeast flare-ups began. Day 66, 4 drops 7 times, then vomited. Day 69, 3 drops 8 times. Day 71, I want bed. Wow, 3 drops 8 times a day. Day 130 through 142, 2 drops 10 times a day, just to try it. Not better. Tooth abscess problem flared up at this time. This kid was getting his teeth eaten away from the fucking bleach water they were giving him. Day 161, Patrick continues to progress and retain in therapy. His soul is black in his eye and is showing signs of recovery, which has loved ones full of hope and joy. Enema. Apply the drops instead of orally. Do it rectally combined with a half liter of water. I mean, this... So... The fucking... That's where I say, like, with this kid, especially... With Arlena's kid, especially with the stomach problems that he has. And giving him any sort of bleach treatment, yeah, that could be why he was bleeding from his anus. That could 100% explain the charges and why that stretched out over almost a year. Again, Arlena's mentality, the fact that she is nuts. I mean, she's legitimate nuts. I didn't realize before tonight that she wrote in a court document that she was not lost at sea. Who the fuck would ever hand in a piece of paper to a court telling them that they are not lost in the ocean? Like that's pure insanity. That is pure insanity. That is the sort of person that would give their child bleach to cure their autism. That's the sort of person that is. 100%. That doesn't happen. that just does not happen. You don't do that.
His mother, obviously. And what kind of person is Arlena? I mean, to me, I've seen a very intelligent. She's highly intelligent.
She's very intelligent.
Oh yes. And they're trying to make her out to be mental when she's not. She's
my
completely
video was
sharp as a
age
tack.
restricted.
She's the same as we are.
Yeah, of course she is. I can see it. How can you not see it? It's obvious. Yeah. And she obviously is showing so much love for her child.
Oh yeah, she has so much love for him. Like I said, he's her whole world.
If you wanted to say something to the public, I guess to tell them how you're feeling and your worry, and what you want for your daughter, what would you want to say?
I'm worried that she's going to die in there, because she's not eating, and she gets any skinnier, she will die.
Right. And that's my concern. Yeah, that's my concern. So I'm going to do my best. Like when we hang up, I'm actually going to I have to call the sheriff's office again because they were supposed to call me back today and they never did.
Yeah.
I'm actually supposed to go to the hospital because I'm having a situation with my health.
Okay, so that would be Brookie, which is Arlena's mother, who is very, very worried about her daughter, and I'm very worried about Arlena as well, and we all should be worried about her. I know that there's a lot of trolls online here, and you all are saying a lot of wicked things, and I'm getting close to the point where I may shut off all comments, actually, because you guys are out of hand again, and the personal attacks are not necessary. If you want to talk about the subject and have intellectual conversations, I'll bat it out with you any day. But these personal attacks of everybody. What is that? Wait a minute. Andy Nemec. Hi, Andy Nemec. Who's as sane as Lee Kenworthy, Andy Nemec? Are you talking about me? Interesting. You all are attacking too much, and you're showing the world who you are actually with the way you're talking to people, and it's I have to start making rules around here. No personal attacks, especially on families, which I don't allow that at all. If I see any of that, I'll just delete it. No attacks on the families. If you want to talk about the story, that's fine, but no attacking people anymore, okay? It's not okay. I guess that's all. I just wanted to share those two things. Can I answer the phone?
Oh shit, this part is pretty good.
Oh. I know who that is. That's the jail calling me. Hold on, guys. I don't know what's going to happen if I...
It wasn't the
I can't
jail.
even get the phone.
It was Davian.
Okay. I knew who that was. That was the jail calling me back. Oh, I missed my... Okay, I said earlier I was waiting for a phone call. Well, I was waiting for a phone call. And that was the phone call. I can't get it while I'm live. So I'm going to have to call again when I hang up. Okay, everybody, I just wanted to go live and let you know that Arlena is doing very badly, and I'm going to start calling mainstream. And I'm going to start doing that Monday morning, to see if I can get this part of her story out there for her and for the inmates who are actually suffering in that place.
Do not call on Monday. Shara, for the love of God, stop calling these jails. Seriously, you're going to get Arlena fucking hurt. Stop bothering these jails. You have no clue what you're doing. You have no clue what you're talking about. If anything, find one of the advocacy groups there and talk to one of them about what you can do. And I think probably the best thing you could do, seeing that you're not even in fucking Arizona, is send that advocacy group some cash and help them do what they're doing. Stop calling the Arizona jails. You are not helping. You are a fucking danger is what you are.
It's just, and people say they're going to help and they just don't. I mean, that woman was very nice, but it was 2 days ago and Arlena is still hungry. So what are they doing? I mean, I can't believe you guys.
I just can't.
I just can't. I've never seen anything so cold as these people that are writing here. I mean, y'all know her mother is here watching this video. At least have a little heart, you know? Yeah, I dream of Jeannie. Lola.
She's fucking insane.
Hold on, guys. If I lose you, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was Davian, and I recorded him. Okay, so Davian just called me. Hold on, guys. I got to get this back in here. That was Davian. It wasn't the jail. Davian, hold on. Let me get the mic back in there. Okay. Can you hear me on the mic? Yes or no? Can you hear me on the mic out there? Hey, can you hear me?
Lapel mic. That's what you're holding. Lapel mic. It goes on you. It's not. This is not a interviewing mic. You don't hold it. I can't get it off. Oh God. It's not a holding mic. Lapel mic. For fuck's sake. Oh my God.
Are you typing? Okay. Okay, everybody, that wasn't the jail that called me. The jail is supposed to call me. And usually when they call, or when the sheriff office does call, it says restricted, because they don't call with their number. That's how they do it. So Davian just called me. So I'm going to play the little message that Davian just, hold on a second. Okay. All right, that was Davian Breedlove. But you know I always record you, Davian, if you do call me.
In my heart right now from this.
Okay.
Who is this?
Huh?
Is this Davian?
Yeah. Why you lying and saying the jail just called you?
Because I'm waiting for the jail to call me.
Well, it was me that just called you.
Well, you're restricted.
Lying to everybody saying
Actually,
the jail just called you.
No, I'm not.
You're such a freaking liar.
I'm gonna go now. You're such a jerk. A little Latino, the jail's supposed to call me.
Okay, so Davian, just so you know, I am changing my number because I did air it by accident on that video. And it will be changed. I'm changing my number. I've had it for years, but I'm going to change my number. So everybody, I am changing my number. I've had so many trolls calling me and texting me, and just, you know, it's like, you guys are crazy. Miko Hayes is actually paging the FBI to my page, telling the FBI that I'm a sovereign citizen when I'm not. Who does that?
True.
Seriously, like, who does that to people?
True. True story. That's true.
What
I
was
have
amazing,
been tagging
Miko
the
Hayes?
FBI.
Let's hear it. Miko Hayes, why don't you call me right now? You know my number. You want to call me and I'll record you and play it for the people?
Actually, you can see I did an ad FBI right there in her comments.
Would you like to talk, Miko Hayes? Because, you know, I've about had it with you. You keep paging the FBI to my page, telling them that I'm a sovereign citizen. Like, who does that? Really?
Tagging
What
the
for?
FBI
Like,
to
who are
your
you working
page.
for?
I work for the FBI, Shara. That's why I'm tagging the FBI.
Now who's calling me? Hold on, guys. Got the recorder going. Let's see who it is. Okay. My live stopped. Did it go back?
She sounds so depressed when she finds out it's just
Is it
Davian.
back? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to be signing off in a second.
Yeah, John Anderson's call bomb was amazing.
Okay, Davian, stop calling my... Can you hear me? Stop calling me. I don't know if that mic is in. Hold on. Can everybody hear me? Sorry, because I pulled the mic out. Please let me know. Okay, it's working. Okay, Davian, first of all, do not call me again because actually, if you call me again, it's harassment. Stop calling me. You called me late at night the other night. Everybody who's calling me, yeah, I made a mistake and put my number out there. Stop calling me, please.
On her last live, she just played another recorded call, but it like fucking 90% of the call was her on hold. But because she doesn't understand editing or anything and just played like the entire thing, instead of just going in and cutting down the part of the call you would want people to hear, she just played the whole fucking bastard, and it turned out that her number was in there too, so she completely just blasted her number.
My number. So don't call me again, Davian, and don't do it again. This was Davian just now. Davian again.
Going. Let's see who it is. Hello? Whoops. Hello?
Yeah, sure, Mika. Let's do it. I'll come on your live. Absolutely.
Is this...
She's probably like your biggest live.
Because I've about had it with you.
49 viewers right now. Feel pretty good.
Who cares about viewers? I don't.
Okay, yeah, who cares about the viewers,
So
right? Fuck your viewers, right?
Okay.
Fuck them.
Do not call me anymore because you're...
Okay, that there is a troll, everybody. I'm asking him not to call me, and he's calling me anyway. Like, that is a serious harassing troll. Okay, Mika, when are you going live? Sure. What time? Because I'm coming off now. If you wanna go right now, let's go.
Is that Davian again?
That was Davian again.
Is that Davian again? Fucking Keith.
And Mika's been trying to get me to come onto his live like for a year now, Mika. Well, let's do it. Let's get it over with.
Tell him to smoke some pot and go be a good pet.
No, he bags this week. You talking about Davian?
Tell Davian to go smoke some pot and be a good parent.
In an hour? Okay, Miko. Tag me when you're ready.
Davian to go smoke some pot.
Davian, the pothead, is a good parent.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. I'm going to say goodnight because I really was doing this for Arlena and her. I don't want to turn it into something else. So it's for Arlena and her family. I want to get it out there that, and for Crystal as well. I want to do this for Crystal. That Arlena is
Crystal, the super crazy sovereign
losing
lady.
a lot of weight and a dangerous amounts of weight now. And she's not going to be able to keep surviving like this unless she's able to get her food that she needs. And that's it. I'm done calling the jail. I will be making other phone calls on Monday. So, Freedom Public Press, everybody, you have a great night. And I thank you. This is my office. I'll be doing my lives in here from now on. My little desk. I will get better lighting. And thank you for being with me, Freedom Public Press, and have a great night, everybody.
All right. Thank God. Thank God that's over. Okay, so we got to have a little bit of fun there at the end, but overall, this thing is serious. It really is serious. You guys saw the sovereign documents that were in there. Again, that's not all the sovereign documents. That's not, I don't even think that's half of the documents that Arlena filed. But again, she even filed a court document that said she was not lost in the ocean. Crystal Nuttle is a 100% sovereign, deep sovereign. Again, in the description, there's a link to this article where you can go ahead and check out the whole Arlena Crystal thing, and you can look at Crystal's sovereign documents. This declaration of indictment that was put together by the American National Union of the United States of America and Party, which, by the way, whoever put this document together, you forgot that United is a D, not an S at the end. This comes from David Straight. Field McConnell, Timothy Homseth. Unfortunately, in the case of Arlena Willes, I do think she was mentally ill. I think she's got some legit mental issues. With some of the stuff that she has filed in court, there's just no way. There's no way that she would file that in court if there was not already something not quite right. There is a good chance that with her 2 counts of child abuse with intent, that she was doing a very harmful holistic treatment such as MMS. That's not confirmed, but there's a lot of signs pointing that. Arlena's not dying in jail. Shara, my God. You call all these people trolls, but you should really listen to this because this has nothing to do with a troll. Stop calling and harassing the Arizona prison staff. You are not helping anything. Just Google stuff. Just Google it. Maybe get familiar with what goes on in prison. If you keep on pissing off this Arizona prison staff, word is going to get out that she's in there for child abuse, and you are going to get her hurt. Nothing good is going to come from this. You literally wasted an hour of somebody's time and even asked them about building a new jail. We did the math. At the very a good guess is that there's around 20,000 people in those 5 jails in Maricopa County. They're all getting fed the same food. The one person, Arlena Willes, who says she cannot eat the food because it's making her sick, is the one person. 1 person. 1 out of 20,000. You're not talking about a percentage on any level. Use some common fucking sense for once in your life. Stop calling staff at the Arizona jail. Also realize that they're staff. You can't, my God, the woman you were talking to probably gets paid around $12 an hour, and you were asking her to build a new facility. No. And actually, I just saw that in the comments of Melissa Deagle. Same thing. They were saying that Melissa Deagle was about to die in jail and all this other shit. And guess what? Melissa Deagle is not dead in jail. She's out of jail right now. Same thing with Arlena. You guys are pushing this bullshit notion that Arlena's dying in jail at the same time that Crystal Nuttle is pushing a $40,000 GoFundMe for a constitutional attorney. Not even a name of the actual attorney in there, a constitutional attorney, which you donated $100 to. So honestly, I would not be surprised if Crystal Nuttle is playing you because she can see how goddamn ignorant you are. Leave the courts alone, though. Crystal Nuttle's already doing enough damage inside of the court to Arlena. She keeps on having outbreaks. She's been removed multiple times. She's helping her push all of this sovereign nonsense and file all this bullshit that got her to the point that she's having to have a mental evaluation, and now she's held in jail until she gets that mental evaluation. That is Crystal Nuttle's fucking help right there. I think Arlena's an adult. I think she has a mental illness, but she apparently does believe in all this shit, so she has to take some of the blame. This isn't just to push it off. But Crystal Nuttle is playing a very big role, and she has been since November 2018 in this sovereign nonsense, and she was thrown out of court the first time in November 2018. Quit playing into this bullshit. It's not your life. It doesn't matter to you if Crystal gets fucking everybody put in jail for the next 40 years. Because you're still going to be at your house and it doesn't matter a goddamn fuck to you. This isn't funny anymore, though. And I'm glad that the feds are starting to investigate this. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we keep on putting this material out there because we've been waiting so long for this investigation. And the only promise I make is every single one of you motherfuckers that are taking advantage of people and making it clear that you're pushing this sovereign shit on them when they are desperate, I'm going to keep on putting these videos and articles out and make sure that it's seen by the people that are doing these investigations. So, do what you want. Again, I can't remind you enough. Being a sovereign, the FBI does declare you as a potential domestic terrorist threat. And that's because in 2003, when two sovereigns, a father and son, killed two police officers, two state troopers, then ran up the highway to a Walmart where they were killed. All of you are playing in a very dangerous level. You're playing a very dangerous game, as Field McConnell and all these assholes are about to find out. This whole Cynthia Absig arrest, the QAnon thing, all that, Sarah Dunklin, that fucked up a lot of things for a lot of people. So, David Straight, Field, Timothy Homseth, but especially David Straight, enjoy your time while you have it, because I have a very, very strong feeling that your time is not going to last much longer. Crystal, we'll be seeing you a bit more. Shara, I'll never do you on YouTube again, because I cannot watch my language because of the pure fucking ignorance of what we just watched. That, honest to God, was the most painful thing out of all the lives that we've done. All of the lives. That was the most painful video we have ever had to sit through. Don't ever do that again, Shara. Stop calling these jails. Stop running around with sovereigns, and stop making excuses for sovereigns. Everybody else, if anybody, actually, one last thing I will say, if anybody does have any information on Crystal Nuttle, if you were ever a victim of Crystal Nuttle or David Straight, feel free to message the Facebook page. If you're on YouTube watching this and you got information on David Straight or Crystal Nuttle, just click the Facebook link in the description. It'll take you over to my page. Feel free to message that. Any of that is appreciated. And aside from that, I think that's about all we got. Feel free to subscribe to the YouTube. Feel free to follow the Facebook page. You guys can bounce back and forth because I stream on both of them simultaneously. So you can check out the different chats between the two. The YouTube, I swear I'm going to start putting more focus towards there. And it's actually held up decent for being 4 a.m. and the second time gone live from it. It's 13 people on there right now to the 30 people on Facebook. So I'd say not bad. I think that's about it. There's a link to an article on Crystal and Arlena that'll give you about any of the information that you need, or basic information on both of them. There's a link to donate, support the streams. Anybody that does that, we do appreciate that a lot, especially while I wait to get the YouTube channel monetized, which we got to get that up to 1,000 subscribers, which we'll be able to do pretty easy, I'm pretty sure. Again, this is only our second live on YouTube. But aside from that, this is the latest of the sovereigns, and this is tied right back into Field McConnell, David Straight, Timothy Homseth, Francesca Amato, David Jose, Kirk Pendergrass, Chris Hallett, the Sarah Dunklin, the whole little group of them. You can go back and watch this. You can go back and watch this video. You can see the documents for yourself. This is not just some... Arlena Willes is not just some innocent mother like some people want to portray. So... But again, the thing that I stress the most, anybody, if you got any information on David Straight, Crystal Nuttle, just know now, like 100%, if you need, because I understand these people can be intimidating. I've had them like lose their shit on me, and I get it. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. Being anonymous is not a problem. That's not a problem at all. If that's a concern, just let me know. I'll keep your name out of everything. But at this point, I'd say we are officially looking for victims of Crystal Nuttle and David Straight. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you to all the supporters, no matter how your support is. sharing, liking, fucking commenting, staying up until 4 in the morning with me doing that. I mean, thank you. That is appreciated. All you guys are appreciated. And yeah, we'll see this again because we're going to be doing these more often. So everybody have a good night/morning, depending on where you are in the world. And who knows, maybe we'll even try and do Melissa Deagle tomorrow to get that one done with. That one should be shorter than this one. This one ended up being like 5 hours. But I think this is a pretty good summary of Arlena Willes. So thank you guys. Have a good morning, night, day, Sunday, the Lord's Day. Relax.